I'd like to call this meeting.
Wrap this up in about an hour, hopefully.
Okay, we're about to start.
I'd like to call this meeting of the Moore County Board of Elections to order. Please join me in standing and saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, if, board members would please state your name and whether you have any conflict of interest regarding the matters that are before us this evening.
Holly Powell, no conflict.
Bob Howell, no conflict.
Susan T. Adams, no conflict.
Marty, do you have a conflict?
Martin Carpenter, no conflict.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment once more to thank the director and the staff for preparing us for this meeting. All the people in this meeting don't need to be reminded of the perfect storm / blizzard, flood, hurricanes that have hit this election season throughout that, before the election, during early voting, election day, election night, and all the days between then and now. The director and the staff have worked with amazing concentration and energy to prepare the materials that we need to take a look at to ensure that every voter in Moore County that's qualified to vote does get their vote counted. So thank you very much, Tawana, to you and the staff. Now, members of the public, please make sure that you have signed the sign-in sheet by the door, even if there's not a provision for public comment at this meeting. So that, for starters, we need to take a look, the board needs to take a look at the DS200 tabulator. I guess we're looking at the zero tape, Holly? Does that make sense?
We need to sign this tape.
Sign the zero tape, thank you.
Is it multiple copies of the same zero tape?
There's only one zero tape.
Okay, I see. I see.
These are one of our newer, well, public methods. And since Marty is not here, can you tell me parties if you can Constein or instead?
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
I'm sorry.
So because Marty's, even though he's here, there's that, the signatures of the representation of the party.
I got you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You got it.
So Tawana, is one of the provisionals ones that the absentees?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, to take a look at the absentee ballots, Carrie.
Okay, so we want to start with that.
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
So I like what Ms. Holly did the last time. You know how you kind of reiterated everything that you was doing. And can you do that for us for each time that we're You mean like the numbers?
Yes, ma'am, like when you do something, if you can reiterate so we have it in
Sure.
the recording, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, would you rather do the accepted ballots first or the affidavit review pending?
We want to get them started so they can go through the,
Okay, so we'll do the regular ones first, and then that way I can start on those while you guys.
the civilian accepted.
Yes.
Okay, so, are the numbers on here the final numbers?
Yes, they are. I
Okay.
don't think I got any in after I
Okay.
talked.
So we have 22 civilian absentee ballots that the staff has indicated should be accepted. And so,
226.
I'm sorry, 220, what did I
I
say?
was like,
22.
Yeah,
Like 226.
Thank you.
226 civilian absentee ballots that the staff recommends accepting. So the first thing we're gonna do is verify that number. Are we gonna call them off, or do we? Well, we
Well-
have to because we don't have a bipartisan team.
Ready, guys? Okay. Civilian 29, 61, 215, 222, 225, 234, 260, 272, 307, 329, 387, 435, 582, 749, 760, 813, 942, 1027, 1075, 1083, 1206, 1261, 1282, 1293, 1382, 1385, 1464, 1469, 1575,
After 1464,
No, after 1469.
9, right? 15,
1545.
1545.
Yes. 1613, 1642, 1706, 1709, 1717, 1792, 1811, 1812, 1901, 1916, 1952, 1979, 1995, 2010, 2051, 2121, 2262, 2336, 2337, 2374, 2477, 2600. $26.11, $27.16, $27.17, $27.79, $27.93, $28.52, $28.54, $29.14, $29.20, $29.30, $29.57, $30.97, $31.15, $31.20, $31.25, $31.34, $31.66, $31.77, $32.14, $32.39, $33.06, $33.07, $33.54, $33.60, $33.78, $34.21, $34.24, $34.27, $34.88, $34.92, $35.14, $35.20, $35.38, $35.45, $35.46, $35.67, $35.72, $36.13, $36.46, $36.64, $37.77, $37.79, $37.86, $38.39, $38.44, $38.90, $39.09, $39.87, $39.94, $39.97, $39.98, $39.99, $4,009, $4,023, $4,083, $4,093, $41.06.
vacancies, please.
$41.09, $41.19, $41.53, $41.64, $41.95, $42.26, $42.29, $42.31, $42.38, $42.44, $42.46, $42.56, $42.81, $43.06, $43.38, $43.44, $43.45, $43.62, $43.98, $44.62. Just one of these needs attention. $44.72, $44.87, $4,500, $45.01, $45.08, $45.37, $45.69, $45.73, $45.76, $45.81, $45.90, $46.02, $46.13, $46.17, $46.28, $46.32, $46.55, $46.79, $46.87, $46.92, $47.07, $47.11, $47.50, $47.52, $47.60, $47.69, $47.82, $47.85, $47.90, $47.97, $47.99, $48.07.
Wait. 4797, what was after it?
$47.97, $47.98, $47.99, $48.07, $48.08, $48.12, $48.17, $48.18, $48.21, $48.26. $48.27, $48.31, $48.38, $48.39, $48.73, $48.78, $48.79, $4900, $49.02, $49.03, $49.32, $49.41, $49.62, $49.63, $49.70, $49.75, $49.87, $49.90, $5003, $5011, $5012, $5023, $5044, $5052, $5054, $5055, $5066, $5070. $5072, $5079, $5081, $5083, $5086, $5090, $5107, $5109, $5113, $5121, $5127, $5130, $5132, $5149, $5151, $5158, $5162, $5165, $5178, $5181, $5185, $5192, $5193, $5196, $5200, $5210, $5211, $5212, $5216, $5217, $5218.
Okay. Here's your spot checks. You wanna check these, pass them down. And then I figured we'll make a motion on the civilian so we can start opening those, and then you can do military and overseas, if that works for you.
And all of the absentees we're reviewing are the ones that were received by 7:30 election day.
Yes.
And can you tell us how many were received after that date?
I could probably pull it up. I'd say maybe 30 have arrived after that. But that's a guess.
Will that show up in any of the reports when we finalize things?
I don't think so, it's just they're returned after the deadline came on the calendar.
I mean, I've
I
seen,
still have to log them in the system, but returned after the deadline, so I can pull that.
we'd like to know, I mean, I've seen numbers for other counties.
I can pull those numbers afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Murray.
Separate. I make a motion that we approve the 226 civilian ballots that we've been presented with.
Second that motion.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Uh,
Aye.
It's unanimous, thank you. Carried.
Military.
wait a minute. Let me get to that page.
Paperwork.
Ms. Holly,
So,
I'm sorry, 34.
So that was,
I'm sorry, what?
There was 34 that was returned.
34?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
that was pretty close.
So there were 34 absentee ballots that came back after the 7:30 PM on election day that could not be accepted.
Well, they came back starting from November 6th onward.
Mhm.
They came back through
Yes,
the
the day
mail.
after election.
The day after.
Yes, ma'am, the day after.
There weren't any that came
No,
November 5th after 7:30.
correct.
They all came the next day, okay, or later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to review 143 military absentee ballots, correct?
Yes. Is it gonna be a problem if I turn this letter cutter on then?
I don't think so. You can see.
We heard
You're
Susan
reviewing or
before, so.
calling out? Here.
Calling out.
Calling it. I'll turn up my hearing aids.
We ready? Military 15, military 39, military 51, 60, 71, 73, 74, 86, 88, 91, 92, 170, 183, 193, 197,
I don't have that one.
202, 216, 227, 254, 276, 279, 286, 291, 295, 296, 297, 303, 304, 322, 323, 324, 333, 341, 342, 350, 357, 363, 364, 365, 370, quiet, didn't it? 372, 374, 376, 384, 387, 388, 389, 395, 400, 405, 415, 422, 427, 432, 436, 443, 444, 447, 449, 452, 454, 459, 462, 464, 466, 469, 477, 488, 490, 493, 502, 507, 513, 514, 518, 519, 524, 526, 530, 531, 537, 542. 543, 544, 545, 546,
No.
You do?
I don't.
Did you have 547 as well, Susan?
it went next door. Moving right along, 548, 550, 552, 555,
No, wait, did you say 553?
no, that was out of order. I mean, it's coming, but the 555 was out of order and you don't have it,
Okay.
Okay, wait a minute. Read the last one.
Flip back to,
okay? 552,
mhm.
the next one that I have is 553,
Okay,
556, 561,
Excuse me, Susan, did you say that you,
565,
excuse me, Susan, did did you read 557 that we don't have? Or did I?
no, she's got 557 over here.
That's what
So
I'm
there
trying to
was-
say.
There was
it's
a
another one
557,
that's missing
yes.
off our list, 557, is that right?
Yes,
Now, could you go to, I'm sorry, 561 again?
it's 561,
Thank you.
565, 566, 568. Do you have 569?
No. Do
I
you?
do,
Did you have it?
yes.
Okay.
577, 579, 580, 581, 589, 591, 592, 593. Do you have 597?
No.
Um,
I do. 603. Please understand that these numbers on the military are not all in the same place. So it's hard to
Yep, you're
find.
good. No complaints.
604, 605, 608, 612, 619, 620, 621, 622, 623, 625, 626, 628, 630.
Do you have 629?
I do, but they had it behind 630.
Okay,
All right.
There's 629 and 630. Yeah, it was stuff. Yeah. 631, 632, 633, 634, 636, 637, 638, 639, 640, 641, 642, 644, 646, 647, 649, 651, 653, 654, 655, 656, 657, 658, 659, 660, 661, 663, 665, 666.
Okay.
The ones that I had and you didn't have, she put the second file out.
Now,
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to spot check.
Yes, ma'am.
and I've got a couple of clarifications or questions about clarifications. For the ones that Susan had in her stack, and has passed them one, and we do not have on our list, what becomes of those?
Those are FY. We had to wait till 5 o'clock to see if the military people were sent in the regular balance. And,
They're on there. I didn't reprint the whole book
okay.
after I did
Right.
that. So here's a copy so that you can each see they are on there.
Is this a different,
I
okay.
just, I didn't
It's fine.
think about reprinting that whole book.
Not a problem.
Is that, so the number on here, 143, includes those or not?
Actually, I got,
So what now?
The number of military that you're recommending as accepted, the 143 number, does that include those that we just, were not on our list?
no,
That's why I said these are subject to change, so,
sure.
when I looked at the military whole book, it was earlier, I don't think it included these because we have to wait till 5 o'clock to see if they were, gonna add those into it. And so.
So there's 7 more?
Those are 7 right there.
These are supposed to be on here?
The ones that Miss Susan didn't call from. Yeah, so the new list that Carrie gave.
Are we correct, there's 7 of them?
Yes, there's 7 of them.
Okay, so the military total is 150?
Yeah, and I can pull a new sheet to see if that,
But
the 7 got updated.
I think the other ones are, so I just wanna make sure before I go back up there.
That's why I'm going to.
And
7.
wait,
Does that make the new total 150?
Hold on, I'm gonna get it.
They're not all on there.
So 197 is the
is
only
missing.
one. Okay.
Well, I don't know, that's as far as I
I
got.
did, I've got
Carrie, before you go,
197 is missing.
Yes.
sorry, one other quibble. According to my count, I don't know if anybody else is hand counting the ones that's, the military ones that Susan just read out, and I got 145 rather than 143, which we had first plus 7. So I don't have any criticisms of the process or the timing. I'm just want to be sure that the numbers that we're trying to match, that we know what we're looking at. So
Okay, let me go,
There's another one missing.
which one?
5:57.
$5.57.
Yeah, that's what I had written down that she called off.
Right. Yeah, 5:57 is not on here.
I don't have a. I don't have a 5:57.
She said
She said she did, that's why.
she called it.
5:56.
5:69.
5:60.
Did you pull it and put it in your stack?
5:97, 5:69, 5:55, 5:46, 5:47, 5:45.
What number are you asking?
557.
Susan had called that number, but it wasn't on our list.
These were all the ones you put aside that weren't on your list. There's no 5:57. There's a 197. No, that's not.
That's not.
There's a 5:55. No, there's not. 5:47.
Is it small?
Did you write it down too, Tony?
I did.
Is somebody saying earlier that 7 came in prior to the 5 p.m. for the military?
No, sir. What we're saying is with FWAS, we have to wait till 5 o'clock to see if they're bringing a regular ballot or not. So, hold on. This is 502, 507, 513, 514, 518,
Okay.
5:19. 5:24.
526, 530, 531, 537, 542, 543. This is 544.
5:48. 5:50. 5:52. 5:53. 5:56. 5:61.
557.
5:57.
Now, it's not on the list. Susan, we thought Susan called it.
I'm gonna check to see if there's even a number that was set back.
This is 560. 577. Is there another one that you're looking for, or is it,
No,
is it
that's the
just,
only one.
that's the only one?
Mhm.
Okay.
This is the list you just gave us, right?
You see the 97 on there, on the list she gave you?
Yes, yeah, no,
It's missing.
I told her that. I told her
There's two,
what?
there's two total missing, right, that you have and I have. On
Well,
197
supposedly
and
she found 197,
Oh.
but she hasn't found 557.
okay.
Will she be able to tell what's up there, if that's what the second is even one that should have been in here?
She
Can I
can,
just read one?
she can punch in that 557 in the machine and see if it pops up. And that's-
I'm sure.
Because it's not on the- That's what I'm saying. So then the second is, so you have the 597 on the new sheet, right? Hold on, let me go back and go
Which one are you asking
So
about?
on your new sheet, do you have the 597?
No,
597?
wait a minute, I thought you said 557.
No, 597
Do
on
I
your
have
new sheet.
597?
Uh-huh.
Yes,
Okay,
Something else. You open it.
on your new sheet, do you have the 569?
yes. Yes,
Okay. On your new sheet, 555?
yes,
Okay. On your new sheet, 546?
yes,
Okay. On your new sheet, 547?
yes,
And on your new sheet, 545? Man. Why is that one like that? Maybe, or it could be misnumbered, and it's not 197, it's something else. And that's what she needs to check it out. So these ones you have. Okay. These are the ones you're supposed to watch. Okay. So I set them like this.
so,
Yes, ma'am.
did you get, not counting 557, which we haven't found. Right,
Right, I know.
have you totaled them? Have you got a total
Oh, for the,
for the military?
no, I was going down another
I can get that.
path because I don't have you.
I got a five.
Well,
We got 547.
I've got
I
150.
got a 547, not the number. So, okay, so.
I can't confirm that. I don't know what we started. I need that to go. It's not really practice. Walk me through it. I'll get it.
I just numbered off each 10.
Yeah, we'll cover it. Okay,
You want me to?
so this on the new one?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so what do
on the new one, 197 is not on there, but we did review it. We do have it.
I don't know that. That's the question I'm asking. You don't have it.
We do have 197, we don't have 557.
Where's 197?
On the new, it's not on this sheet, but she called it off. 197 is not on the new list,
Right.
but she did call it off.
Okay,
this
I
one?
looked up military 557 and it's not been returned.
Okay.
Okay, then,
But military 197 has.
Yeah, that was the first
It's
one.
actually 157, I wrote down the number wrong.
Okay, thank you.
'Cause I
I'm
was
sorry,
writing-
what's 157?
It's not 197, it's 157 that wasn't on the list. Here is
All right, so take that off.
157.
Okay.
So
You're gonna get a lot of those.
this is a new one?
Yes, because it shows 157 on it.
All right, but I just totaled all the totals.
No, I wanted to prove to you that it was on there, and you just have to take my word.
So it's, you're saying 197 was actually 157.
Yes, I wrote the number down.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, say that again.
197 was actually 157.
And you can check the name matches.
Well, then it was on the list, 157.
Oh, but you didn't tell me you were missing that one, so that's why.
Well, we were missing 197. 157 is on the list.
On the second list. That's because.
Okay, well
You'll be
anyways,
fine.
it's there.
Can I see the name on that one, please? All right, that does match, and that's where that number is. Okay, thank you.
One 157's on the list, the one that was on the list. Got that, and 557 was overtime.
So total is,
I mean, it's totaled on here, that's wrong. So that's 143 and it's not 143 anymore.
oh, the new sheet or the old sheet?
The newest.
The newest sheet at the bottom says 6:14 PM.
It's got a mill dash 443.
That's, yeah,
That's the
that's
last
the
one.
ending number on that
okay,
page.
never mind.
So for me, I can do military accepted by itself, and it's 150 military.
Just we add the 7 to the original number. Right?
And if you count by
That
hand,
should be right.
you get 100.
It should be 1.
Because there was one.
You got that.
7 at the
You did it?
The 7 and 5.
150.
So military is 150.
For the benefit of the people who couldn't hear. We've all agreed there were 150 military absentee ballots that were here on time. And now we're gonna spot check.
Thank you.
And these are like what you pay by. Is there a paper clip with this?
It was.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
They duplicated almost 200 ballots today. So. Yeah.
I mean. Would you like a motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
I make a motion that we approve 150 military absentee ballots that we reviewed.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Give Marty credit for that. Any discussion? All right, thanks. All in favor of approving these military ballots, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Overseas.
Here.
I do trust you. Just put any that need to be duplicated over there. I'll have to do
Overseas.
that.
You ready?
I'm sorry. And I'm the open one, this one. Just shoot.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
31, 40, 72, 87. Uh-huh. 88. 98. 125. 126. 133. 135. 137. 142. 149. 160. 163, 175, 176, 178, 186, 189, 233, 239, 242, 243, 254, 255, 261, 263, 265, 274, 278, 280, 281, 293, 294, 297, 299, 303, 304, 305, 306, 308, 310.
I don't have that.
Could it be 316?
I have 310
You have
on the new
310?
list. On the new list.
Oh,
You're right.
New list.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Listen, I didn't do that.
Nobody said we needed to be using a new list.
Sorry, my bad.
What was the number again?
310. So everybody got it?
Yep.
316, 320, 322, 323, 324, 325, 326, 329, 330, 331, 332, 334, 335, 336, 337.
I had 57 without 310, so thanks. Sorry.
How many did you get?
I had 57.
I had 58.
You got 50 on that, that coincides with me, because adding the, in the one that because I was looking at the others.
Okay.
So
So
I
we
think there's
agree it's
58.
58?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So we have to swap.
Oh, there's 5 checks. Yes, I've got 2.
Don't we need a motion to accept these
No,
58?
Can we do the
Spot
spot checks? There are 2. I've got numbers, 186 and 322.
Yes, I'm gonna pull them down.
Thank you. No, skip one. The actual that didn't come to mind. Okay, there's 60. That's fine. 60, this is wrong. There's 65 names.
I have a question.
Yes.
On the overseas, the ones that I spot checked, in the address, it had, like Germany or wherever there. This one has Pinehurst.
He probably just didn't know to put his overseas
Overseas
address there,
address.
but he provided it, he had to provide it in order for me to process the request.
Okay, because you had to send it to him.
Yes.
Okay, all right, just kind of.
Good question.
Susan and Tony, so far we have 2 that will not go through the machine. Would you ladies like to keep this since you are in both races? Tater tots.
While you're doing that, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the 58 overseas ballots that we were presented with.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving these overseas ballots, please say aye.
I
Aye.
are you still
Hey,
there?
Right,
yeah, just working on it.
I can't hear you.
Gary,
I,
Now it's an unanimous. Thank you very much.
the trouble is my,
You're gonna call out who?
Okay, we're gonna do the affidavit review pendings next to finish the absentees.
Yes.
Just check.
Yeah, you just.
As concerning the numbers for the affidavit review pending, there's 62 on the agenda, but in fact, there are 65 in Carrie's list.
And that's because they had until 5 o'clock to hear one.
So what we're doing now,
The academic review committee,
did you have any recommendations?
special
I don't
cases.
think any stood out to me.
You didn't see any reason right off to reject?
Because I would have sent it here.
So it looks like we've got one IDC open sign. When we get to that, according to your list.
Yes, so that one, you'll have to open it
Sure.
to verify.
I don't mind giving you ID.
And the one that says incarcerated? Not a felon.
He didn't show up on any list.
Right.
He
But
could
that
just
would've
be
been signed
incarcerated in
otherwise.
a jail for a misdemeanor.
We don't have.
I mean, he could be waiting to be, like, he hasn't been convicted or
Yes,
anything.
right.
Could be, yeah, okay.
I don't,
Waiting in trial.
he didn't show up on the telephone.
Okay. It just kind of jumps out at me.
Because we had 2 others like that.
Yeah,
Right.
I'd forgotten.
Oops.
Yes.
Just to clarify, now we're reviewing 65 reasonable impediment forms for why somebody couldn't provide a copy of their ID along with their absentee ballot. They're 65, yes. Are you pressing them off?
Yes, ma'am.
There's actually 65.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Okay.
When you look,
So if you fill out the forms right there, and give them the reception card should be correct. That's what I'm saying. I thought it would be, that's what happened to that was wrong. None of the numbers did that happen. A lot. It was a lot. You know, but
Carrie, can I ask you a question? On this one, I did check that, so I'm not concerned about that, that you put on. I guess just that.
Yeah.
I don't
I
want
didn't
people keeping my
check the box either.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I did, well, yeah. Since you did that, maybe when we get back to you, or show who's on. Right, okay, that's good, thank you.
It just means we don't have a precedent. This is on state guidance.
And I think it was gonna say that absentee and so.
Here. They're doing one second.
Yeah, with something.
$17.
What happened?
Can you read the signature? Can you read the name? Because typically they say if you can read the signature, it's okay.
I can't read this.
Okay, so we're gonna.
Think about it.
That's why I should take them out.
Yeah, exactly. You look at it.
Yeah, you looked at, you just okay, well,
Come get this, give me.
yeah, because that's what I was trying to do. I can't, because you're well, it's on, it's down here. Septic. You know, there was that major
You're not doing this.
I'm checking
You're
on.
checking. Okay. So I think I just
Oh, okay.
saw it first and then I'll get back to it.
So you already did that.
Yes.
This is form of law. This is. Basically, doing that. I guess that was yesterday morning. I don't know. All together. But basically, that was. She couldn't take it. He couldn't cure us of that. This group is one of them. Couldn't take the form I brought her signature. It's just that you can't turn in, so they have to after you have voted. At that point, you have to have the ID. So that was why she was going to ID. And I did find it in the law, but now I can't, so, I mean, I'm not very well. But you have all that money. Oh, these are statutes, special memos.
Yes, that is what.
Did you get something? I got it, well, I was gonna get it, I know. And that stretch between, you know, I live with the walk 24/7, so I come down, take the split, my team, on my way there. When I pick up from that in the bottom. Yes, I saw those two, when I went out to Star. Audit for it.
I went in there and I said, okay.
I feel some right. He works there? Up, right? He still works there? That's intimidating.
She said,
No,
no,
it
she
shouldn't.
the one.
Which one was that? But I did, this is somebody who didn't
I didn't get it yet.
write a name. Her name is Samantha Lee Stetson.
We had some of the all the hours
These names were really similar. I didn't check.
Pretty awesome.
Did you? I'm pretty sure I saw it.
You said,
Okay.
are some.
I checked the wrong one. I looked at it.
Yes.
Because we had two. So this person included a photo ID,
Mhm.
section 4, and an ID?
They cured this with this because they are not.
Because this was a temporary. Okay,
Yes.
I got you.
Uh,
I already knew the answer, I just wanted to.
This has the ID still inside. I'm gonna open it.
Yeah. by all means.
That's the one that had the ID inside, Bob. I mean, Marty. Please fix that for me.
And I'm gonna go check this number.
So there wasn't an ID, there was a form.
Marty, did you send pizzas over for us?
What?
Thank you.
I thought about it, but then I said no.
What did you think about?
Sending us pizzas over
Oh,
and he said no.
No, we kept them at his house.
Oh,
So, to be clear,
mhm.
it wasn't.
The form was inside.
Went down.
Right.
Okay.
The necessary.
We just needed to make it a little bit more general.
So I don't know, and the way I understand it, they're sick. They get to be fresh, and so that's what we do. Immune systems and this system we have. There's 5 people with absentee male. I don't notice in that. My friend, this call even male, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. So if you require assistance to complete your, to get your ballot, to complete your ballot, no one checked. There's a lot of people that could have been second witness. So the first absentee ballot I know should have been checked by the people of the house if it was voted by the mailbox. So whoever assisted them needs to be trained. All of these training needs that you got to jump through. And so the
That was on. The hope is because it's warm.
Place good. She's staying happy.
All of these people are out. All of these for the case I did for a while. All houses are less Right. All right. Take their ballot. Right. Say what to vote, take their ballot to the hall.
We got another one without the name or signature on the inside. It is a signature on the outside. Yeah, I understand. That's what I don't want it now. I've been
But I see a big problem that we need to address.
You might be able to check those 2 off my list.
The 2
Just
that
leave
are-
them there for now.
Yeah.
Exactly, because that matters. I just, it doesn't push your chair up to my car and you can get in. I mean, I have to push the money 301.
Okay.
That's what I said, it shouldn't be will, you know?
If the members of the public could speak, we're live and recording. Thank you. signature on the exception form, there's a signature here. Well, yeah,
I'm sorry.
there's a name but no signature on
Missing.
the exception form, and there is a signature on this one. So I don't think the other two are like that. They put it to the-
It says voter signature required.
Mhm. Yeah, I'll put that in our little stack just to say those out loud. Thanks.
I'll write down with those two.
I sure will.
She's got the other two. So that's the group.
What was the third one we had initially? I need to mark it
Sure.
on the list here.
Right.
Looking at these two.
Thanks.
Total approved, correct? Yes.
So we have the other two.
They're stamped approved, so it's just something.
Thank you.
I got it.
Thank you. Better than-
To be fair, your table did get a little smaller.
Thank you.
You're streaming and recording.
Thank you. Refrain from.
They're right there. She's looking at it.
Alright.
This side.
Thanks.
Oh.
So we have received statement, everything else. Okay. And Carrie's not here, so.
We need to have some.
Is that the one you have there?
Is that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
One.
Got it. And here it is.
Out of the envelope.
It's
So
not-
the outside of this.
Yeah,
It must have been here because I didn't.
So it's behind the
it was
yellow
behind
sheet.
the yellow sheet.
All right, thanks.
It's an out-of-state driver's license.
So good. Is she a social?
Yeah.
This is done. Oh, that was the one that didn't have those stamped on.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
I understand it, but it's a good one to pass down.
Well, yeah, Holly's. Yeah, we're all good.
Just stamp on it.
Oh, I got you. That's the one that was.
Stamp.
Just
Yes.
stamp. Everything else is.
Yes.
And that's the one that just, Tawana just stamped it. The one in the tab.
Oh, the one we were asking about?
Yep.
So it's okay.
So it's okay.
Okay. So. Signature appears to be on the back.
Yes, she's discussing.
Holly, are you,
She
have a
says,
chance to go through?
I have one more.
Okay, great.
Because they didn't sign it.
Well,
One or two more.
She's not done
Oh,
yet.
that's
so
Bob,
we-
did you
that's
check
what I'm
them all?
saying.
Yes, ma'am. They're good.
They're all here.
Mhm.
Just look really quick.
Sure. Go ahead. Please do.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
So
So what's the guidance?
So the guidance is if they did not print their name, unless it appears to be made by somebody else, we can and I'll pass this around so you can read it with the ballot, we can accept.
But they have to sign it though.
Yes, she signed it.
She signed it, just
She
as print the name.
She just didn't print her name.
Three, I think there are three different cases.
Yes.
Slightly different. Okay.
just so people know what we're doing, we're reviewing 3 ID exception forms, because you're supposed to print your name at the top of the form and sign your name at the bottom, and we're looking at our guidance about how we're supposed to consider those and whether they can be accepted. Some people printed at the top, didn't sign at the bottom, some did the reverse, and then I think there's
One
one where they
didn't
didn't do either.
bless you. Yes. Yeah.
I'm just gonna
But-
read this, I'm gonna read this out loud so we can discuss it, is that all right?
You bet.
So we have about photo ID exception form, no name printed at the top, a signature at the bottom that is illegible. And here's the guidance from number,
Oh, I'm sorry.
not your
Number 2021-03.
2021-03. Is that the most recent one? For review of photo ID exception form?
That's strange,
I don't think
because that
that's,
wasn't a requirement in 2021.
that can't be the number, no.
That's the one that's for this one.
It says updated September 25th, 2023, and again on January 19th, 2024.
That's.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so deficiencies include voter did not print their name on the form unless voter's signature on the form appears to be made by the voter, meaning the signature on the form appears to be the name of the voter and not some other person. The signature is illegible. The county board shall presume that the voter's signature is that of the voter, even if the signature is illegible, unless there is clear evidence to rebut this presumption.
Okay.
Do you want
So
to?
Any
there's
comment?
no printed name on this?
There's,
The
You're
elected
correct.
signature.
Gosh.
Correct.
Right.
And I'm thinking, we have to say it's a false statement. If there's no name, then something is false.
Or if there's no name, somebody forgot to write their name. Just, Marty, here's something, just, this is a discussion, I'm not making the decision. My,
Does the signature match the signature on the?
it
That's what I was
does
gonna
look
say.
like the signature on the envelope,
Right.
but that doesn't prove it's the voter's name that's on the envelope. You know what I mean?
Well,
I did-
the voter had to have 2 witnesses.
I know.
right,
So,
I mean, let's just
So-
take everything together. We do have the 2 witnesses, and Holly, the last statement about unless we have reason to believe that it is, did you, and I think there might have been an adjective in there, so.
Presume the voter's signature is that of the voter, even if it's illegible, unless there is clear evidence to rebut this presumption. And Marty, just for your information, the only box they checked, and they only have to check one, was my photo ID is lost, stolen, or misplaced.
I end up crying uncle on this, but I've already talked to some of the legislators. They're gonna change that this next session and make this whole form better than what it is.
So
Good.
So I know to Marty's concern, we don't have a driver's license number, we don't have a last 4 of a social. So the only thing on the form is an illegible signature, which matches the signature on the absentee ballot envelope.
Right.
Do you want a motion?
Need a motion for that
Sure,
one, yes.
Those are what you did them individually.
Yeah.
Do
Do
we
we
have a
want to
motion?
approve all those first? Or do we want to just talk about?
Let's, why don't we do these
Okay,
individually?
all right, so
first,
this
yeah.
is CIB 5026.
Right.
Motion?
Is there
I make a
We can-
motion to accept the ballot CIB 5026 because the signature does match on the envelope, which was approved, as well as on the inside, what's that sheet called?
Otherwise-
Exception form.
Mhm.
And the only thing that was different is it didn't have the printed name on the photo accepted form. And according to whatever that, what's the name of that bill? Or memo 20, which is, I can't see that far, I'm sorry. Number 2021-03, the most updated one. Holly, I have to read that up there.
You want me to read it again?
No, it's just that statement that's on there that says that if we don't have specific evidence that that should not be accepted.
We shall presume it's a signature.
We shall presume it's a signature and it's valid.
I second it.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of approving this ballot, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you. Next one.
Do you need this back?
Right.
This one has no signature.
This one here, and send it down because she's speaking in this.
All right. This has neither the name nor the signature, and
Neither name nor signature.
right.
Can't accept that. So we have CID 1697, where the photo ID exception form does not have either a name printed at the top or a signature of the voter at the bottom. It does indicate they're unable to provide a photocopy by checking block 1, and they provided a driver's license number and last four of a social, which has been checked and is approved. But there's still no name on the top and no signature at the bottom.
I make a motion that we not accept.
I second it.
Any further discussion?
Okay, I'm curious on this one. We got their driver's license or their social security number, so you verify who they are with the name on the outside of the envelope, correct? The mail-in portion?
I think I would have to ask
Carrie
Carrie.
has.
So you met, okay, you've got the name on it. You verified that those driver's license and last for the social are in the system. And that means also the same as the name on the outside? Okay.
I think,
But
Then I guess it wouldn't,
well,
I don't understand why we wouldn't accept it at that point. I guess if we gave it up when they didn't print the name, but they did the signature, and that person didn't have a driver's license or a social security number, we said they were good to go. I don't see why this one that was verified their ID, why we wouldn't accept it.
Because they didn't have any signatures, nor did they print on the exception form their name or anything, so we have nothing to validate it with.
And that form,
And don't they have two witnesses? And
The-
did we validate their driver's license,
That's
their
the,
social security number?
on the form, it says you must print your name and your signature on that form. And it underlines must, so that negates the whole thing.
Yeah, but, now we're gonna go back to the thing where it says, I have an able to include photocopy of my photo ID with the absentee ballot envelope. It says you must highlight it, underline, write one of the following numbers. And I still contend if somebody doesn't put those driver's license or social security number down there, we shouldn't be accepting it. So now we're gonna reject somebody that's actually had a social security number or driver's license that was validated. They've signed the envelope coming in, and they have two witnesses or a notary public, is that correct?
they have two witnesses.
But for a deficiency for the exception, you have to have a signature.
I mean, it's like you're swearing
Yeah,
when
you're
you
swearing,
sign
you're
it,
attesting to it.
and it's a felony if you're lying. So we need to know that the voter actually filled that form out.
Correct.
Because somebody else could have written a social security number or the last four of their social. It's a form that stands alone. And Marty, we've had this discussion before. Yes, there's two witnesses. But why do we need a photo ID exception form? But we were requiring one. So,
Well, I don't disagree at this point in time, but as I said, the legislature's gonna change it, and I'm gonna assist them in writing that as well, so let's go ahead and vote.
great, thank you. All right, further discussion? Okay, so the motion is to not accept this ballot? All in favor of the motion not to accept, please say aye.
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 Is there another option?
Okay. If you just
You can vote
say
no.
yes or not, a
Oh,
vote still.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay. So the motion carries 4-1, therefore that ballot is not accepted.
We have one more, this one printed and then printed and
Carrie,
like a signature.
Don't want to get this mixed up with
Right.
the others, that's my interest. Do you need the, Tony, do you need to list again?
You have one more to look at.
We have one more to look at.
I know,
Right.
is it signature?
It is signature issue, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is CIV 2689. The problem with this one is it has no signature on here. What else was there?
Does it have a name printed at the top?
Yes.
It does have a name printed at the top. It does say I'm unable to include a photocopy of the ID. It was approved by the MVD number. They approved that, but it has no signature on this sheet.
There is a signature on that outside envelope.
Yeah.
Inside envelope.
So what does that memo say?
And then
I can't,
Does it address that?
not that I can read it, I'll let Tony look at that and I'll send it to you.
part that I'm looking at is that the voter didn't print their name on the form, which they did print it on there. And unless the voter's signature on the form appears to be made by the voter, meaning the signature on the form appears to be the name of the voter and not some other person, the board shall presume that the voter's signature is that of the voter, even if the signature is ineligible, unless there's a clear evidence to rebut the presumption. And on this one, there is no signature at all to compare it to.
Is
The
there
envelope.
any guidance in the rest of that memo about when there's no signature? Because that paragraph doesn't address that.
No. That looks like the whole exception, or excuse me, the whole section on deficiencies. So, and the signature is required, this is just a form of, you know,
So down at 8, the voter names.
Bless you.
Oh, voter did not
Yeah,
sign.
it says the voter did not sign fully. So,
And all it says down here is if they're unable to due to a disability.
Which is no indication of that.
Did you hear that, Holly?
No.
It says if a voter is unable to sign the photo ID exception form due to disability, the person of the voter's choice who is assisting them can sign the form on the voter's behalf and must complete the assisted certification on the envelope.
Which was not done.
Which was not done on this ballot here.
That writing looks like the wife's writing there.
And it's also mentioned that it looks as if someone else wrote the signature on the envelope,
Printed the name.
printed the name.
That's
Well,
neither here nor
No,
there.
it doesn't have a signature.
It doesn't have a signature.
Hurts. Not to accept it, but-
I don't see any way around.
No, unless there's something else in the memo, and I think everybody who's familiar with it has scanned it. There doesn't seem a provision for no signature whatsoever on the photo ID exception form. So, do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we do not accept this ballot.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to reject this ballot, please say aye.
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 All right, passes unanimously. Okay,
So that's two we rejected, right?
Yes.
yep.
Yeah.
So the total number of affidavit review pending ballot should be 63.
63 that were now, that I now like to make a motion to accept.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving those 63 enumerated ballots, please say aye.
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 Unanimous? There, accepted. Thank you. So. Next. Well, it looks, so the next on the agenda is another review of the zero count.
We've already done it.
Okay, so the other one was, we did both,
Yeah.
those in provision. Okay, so now we're gonna review the provision balance. Yes.
You don't want me to do this?
Oh, no, we're gonna keep,
So we're gonna change up with this one.
Do you want to, how do you want to address the provisionals? Where do you want to start?
I'm gonna go by reason, and then I'm only going to discuss the ones I recommend for disapproval. Unless you would like to discuss the ones that I recommend for approval as well.
And for the people who are watching online, can I read out the numbers of each one? You know how many?
Oh, how many there are in each section?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I didn't total them up.
Okay,
I normally do, and
I can do that now.
okay, do that. In the meantime, I'll,
So the numbers probably change due to, the 5 o'clock people
Right.
coming in trying to procure this stuff, so.
so
just
we
sort of-
can't just, these are not necessarily the numbers.
Correct, because we had up until 5 o'clock to cure their,
Are they all on here?
yes, every single one is on
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And they're in order of what?
reason.
and then by alphabetical.
Well, I don't think it any numbers.
No, I think,
They don't mean anything, right?
No.
So we'll just have to go through. We're beginning the review of provisional ballots. That's all we can say right now.
Your, the number on this one is 430.
Is that
oh, so those are all, yes, that.
I just wanna make sure that
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's all right, because we had people still coming in till 5 o'clock.
Are you doing anything that you recommend? Yeah. Will you make sure I'm not skipping an envelope and let something, that would embarrass me.
what was the number?
434.
So far for the absentee.
And that's not, that doesn't include that.
Oh,
This is on the
We were gonna start.
we need to start the provisionals.
So they're just opening it up, so Karen's gonna start with.
the ones you recommended for approval? Okay.
She just had to make sure there's nothing that comes in.
That's fine. I can wait.
Yeah, she can.
So the first two you'll see on your list are pending. And that is because they have an exception due to the natural disaster. Both of these voters lived in the mountains during Helene, lost their ID. They are registered here. And actually, so one filled out the exception form. One person actually came back and got an ID from us, so he has an ID with it, and then the other one filled out an exception form.
Okay.
So I recommend both of those for approval, but because they're ID exception ones, you have to vote on those. They can't just say.
We need to look at them.
You can. Yeah, and then the other one has ID with it, and all that stuff is behind the application in the clear sleeve.
So which one provided an ID?
The first one, Mr. Brown.
Okay, so that one, we don't need, I don't see why we need to review that one.
Was it RID, Mary? Mr. Brown?
Voter ID,
Was it
yeah.
RID?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so,
Isn't it?
okay, so,
Yeah.
Ms. Holly said there's no reason to have to
Well,
look
do
at
you
that.
see any reason to look?
No, it's actually,
Okay.
it was our, it was one of our, it was our voter ID.
The ID, any of the ID ones, unless I had a clear reason to disapprove it or approve it, I have an pending status.
Okay.
Where is
I have no idea what they didn't say.
Did everyone look at it?
Yes.
I haven't seen,
She hasn't seen it.
I haven't seen anything.
This is the one with the
With the
photo.
ID.
So you said
You
you
said we
don't-
don't?
I don't need to see that. Sorry. When you pass it down, don't put it all back in
I
the
won't.
envelope.
Should have done that for all those other ones too.
Well, I mean, you don't need to get separated.
Did you see this?
Nope.
You gotta stop and say stuff.
Okay, so we're gonna do this now.
So now I need you to make a motion on the two ballots.
Okay.
Or someone.
He's not here.
Yeah, we'll wait. Here, I'll put it there.
That's was, weren't those the ones that? Carrie, what were those three there for? Those ones we disapproved.
You know, what is it you're considering right now?
what you're considering right now.
Provisionals,
Provisionals,
Yeah, but which ones specifically?
the ID exception, natural disaster. I'm here. Well, this one, this is the one where she did the
Right, those are the three that we voted on, which.
but they can't because that one's properly filled out.
We had one, well, we had one that we said was okay.
And that was
And
this
two,
one,
and two that we said no.
but these aren't the twos. So that's okay.
I don't know what those are.
Yeah, so that's what I wanna ask. This one is going, I have the two that you cannot.
Barely that they are not one until you put that stack of score. So nine, I think we're gonna be here.
What'd you think? What on the Bob?
Who went to the restroom?
Sorry.
And after that,
Well, do you wanna just go down all these? We've got 3 restrooms, you can use the one that says. I appreciate that,
be right back.
because actually, I'm gonna use one too.
When y'all get back.
Well, I just figured might as well.
You, these two that you had, are they not on the, sort of up into approve of these two new ones that are not on this?
Forget the numbers. The numbers aren't current.
That helps. I'm not, it is going on. I don't know.
I think I got those.
Which style?
There's a four because they nicked it right on the outside of the old, that yellow right there. These are really good.
What happened?
I was in a break.
Well, Bob was using the bathroom, so then putting
Now Susan's telling me.
I'm ready for the log out.
I'm thinking about it. Might as well. Where's the third one?
There's one all the way in the front.
Never mind.
No.
I need you to go and order our cheese pizza at, pizza, somewhere, and then I need it right here real quick, right? I'll sit you here.
Partial.
Thank you, Les, appreciate it.
I got you. Sure. That makes sense.
Okay, so once we count that.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Stars are lining up.
What's this here?
Well, I don't
We
know,
need
we're
to know
asking
why
you,
they
like,
were over
so-
there. Now, that's the one they voted on to approve.
Oh, yeah, her.
I mean, the other two obviously were approved, because they're over there.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just didn't know if you were holding them for.
Oh, no, I don't know why. Okay. And these need to be. Everybody says that's
I need to. It's fine. It's not gonna be nice.
You got to be hungry, angry.
Lord.
I'm too upset. It's 5 o'clock at 8.
Oh.
I'm on 8
I need you to help duplicate. What? I need you to duplicate that one, then we'll be done with the absentee.
Sit, please.
Please, ma'am, please.
You've already.
I did take your pen. Yes, I did. There you go.
Thank you.
Even though you're left-handed.
Does this work with left-handed people? Are you watching me, the watcher?
Yes, I got one eye on you and one eye over here.
Okay.
So it's about the balance out. Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna go, Jim.
Yeah, I do. Okay, where are we?
They're duplicating a ballot so that we can finish up the civilian before absentee.
Hold on yourself. Yeah. Well done.
Okay. We ready to move back to provisional?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the two ID exception natural disasters. Motion.
Carrie, these three left, do we?
Yes, Tawana said that we were.
Okay, so we're gonna
Need a motion.
move and approve these by, these,
Yes.
okay. So a motion to approve these.
I make a motion that we approve the two natural disaster ballots that we received.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 That's approved unanimously. Carrie, reasonable impediment.
Okay. If you would like to go over these, I wrote the reason. You can look at the, you are certainly welcome to pull out the exception form and look at it. But I did write what the reason was. Just double checking them. At the bottom. Of my little note sheet. You'll see my note sheet. The note has what they put on the exception form, but you are welcome to pull it out and look at it from the ballot as well.
Great, and again, these are we're starting with the ones that you have approved, or recommend approving?
Well, these are pending.
Pending, okay.
So I found nothing
Okay,
legally.
all right.
We're gonna find
So-
somebody illegally wrong.
No, I just, there's a couple you may question, but they filled everything out properly.
Okay, and the difference, and I'm looking at the categories in the list of this section. Okay, so none of these are approved outright. They're either
No.
not approved or they're pending.
And
In
if
this,
you'd like me to
category.
discuss right now, the ones that are disapproved, it is because they are not registered.
Got it.
Are you talking about the 488? I'm confused.
No,
No.
just in the section on the first page, no, ID not provided, exception, reasonable impediment, and then, okay,
And then,
all right, so, and then,
There's
so
4.
we're looking at all these pending ones?
yeah,
It doesn't include the not approved because they're not registered.
This page starts a new reason.
okay, so we're looking at these.
Yes, so the 4 that are not approved, it is because they are not registered, so
Okay.
No, nothing to do.
You almost be looking at a different sheet than I've got. I'm just looking at the agenda. And I see review provisional ballots approved 161, partial 21, pending 82, not approved 4888. Now it sounds like you're looking at some other categories.
Marty, let me see if I can get her to email it to you.
We are, Marty, it's a huge list of, whatever that total is.
700 and some
So,
provisional ballots.
Divided into categories of why they are,
And she was thoroughly gone through.
right,
Yes.
sorry, but reasons why we're reviewing them. For instance, the natural disaster ones, these are reasonable impediments in her chart. Carrie's gonna try to get to one to email you this. On the sheet that we're looking at, this large column, most of them are pending except for the 4 people who are not registered in Moore County. So they're just disapproved. There's nothing we can do about this. Carrie has gone through all of them and written on the outside of the envelopes that we've got that you can't see, the information that's required in order to provide us the evidence to approve this provisional ballot in county.
Okay, I just, look at some subcategories that I didn't see.
Right,
If I really send that to me, that's good.
you're right, thanks. Cheers. Marty, Tawana's gonna email you that long form.
Okay, thank you.
Here. Makes an exception.
We all have that.
It's a reasonable impediment.
Okay? election in.
Just want to see that.
So want to send that to my Gmail account,
Yeah, sometimes.
She just sent it to you.
the Gmail account?
To your Gmail, to his Gmail account.
The only email I got. Did he get it?
I'm too big.
Just gonna take a look.
They're not doing it, it's just missing the one. One that's not there.
It's an Excel sheet that says provisional voting reason.
I cannot include a photocopy.
Marty,
Put her driver's license description, that's the only one.
Just controlling for 3 years.
I just have to take it one six. What's that one?
But they couldn't.
did you get it? Sir? Marty? Did he go mute on?
Can you hear it?
Yes, I would be, because I'm coughing up the storm here, and you guys don't want to hear that all the time.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I saw something came up that you sent me, and yet, I don't have anything on my Gmail or my Roadrunner account. And then something came up on my computer that said you sent, and then I can't find it. I don't understand why. I can probably live with that as long as you guys are explaining everything to me.
Did you want me to send it again?
Look in your spam or your
Yeah, I don't
junk.
know why, you and I email all the time, I don't know why it's not showing up here.
Go to your spam. And it's an Excel spreadsheet, so it'll be, the attachment will be at the bottom of his Gmail.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Go ahead, because I have a question.
We had discussions about
Yes, it went right to my trash.
Oh, okay.
I gotta take you off that.
And your recommendation on these that you're currently looking at, we made a recommendation. Should we be making,
To me, they filled out the form correctly.
That's what we're asking.
okay.
That's the only one.
All right.
Refuse to go across the street
So I
and
think
get
that'll be
ballots.
Okay, I got it here now.
Then,
Oh, yes, they were, I just.
Okay.
It got to the point where I was worried I wasn't gonna finish all of these,
No,
so I
no,
may
no,
not have
this-
circled
that's the-
that one. But if you see a signature here, it's.
Yeah, well. Thanks. Just what I do.
I'll put it back now. I'll just.
All right, I'm gonna tell you wrong.
If we're just there.
Okay, she just said. On these two.
Oh, that's- yeah, two.
There's two separate. Hadn't signed up, but obviously since.
That one's out.
And sign it, so she just. Here's the down the line. Just wanna make sure that she-
That's what was typed.
neglected to serve.
Oh, yeah.
This one.
That's,
I'm on Marty's stand. I was Marty. Makes no sense. No.
What is it? Checking.
For me?
Reservation.
I just texted you.
I do too.
Understand.
So
And I just-
that
And I
was
think-
what was,
I understand.
and I think it's totally inappropriate.
just like this one.
You see that?
I'm not saying, I'm just, good for her.
Yeah, but she don't want to do that. She's not very hot tempered. She has got to be
Because I did find it attached there. And I just tried to put everything that I could possibly find on there.
This one. This.
Yes.
Check on these classes.
Yeah.
This is your answer.
Yes. Yes.
Where's the,
There's a-
this is what we're doing.
My son learned that. He was bringing it here.
Oh, then I better run out this kid.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, you can have a candy and cheese pizza, but
Yeah, I just ordered something.
I can eat chocolate too.
Can we all talk about this at once here?
I'm going to.
Do we want to do that, or do we want to set it aside?
I want to set it
Yeah,
aside.
that's good.
I want to set it aside.
That way, any ones we question, we can discuss it.
Where are we setting them aside?
How about, since it's gonna
Down
come
here.
down to you, right, yeah.
Would you like me to?
You wanna
Or just
hold
a-
those set
just a
aside?
different-
Yes.
Here. My feeling is that's what they told the person checking them in. Because
Yeah.
that's who fills that form.
Yes,
Right.
yes, yes, that's exactly what happened.
And so.
No.
So-
Mhm.
This is the reason for that.
Hmm.
Expired. You can use expired.
Well, I don't know about- it's a different-
Please take your aim and paint your eyes.
Right.
Same difference. Signs of disability.
Here.
I found an attempt to register. So. If we approve this part,
That one's not on this page.
and that's probably because if we approve it for the
This,
photo
then
ID
we have to
exception
consider
form,
that.
then we have to, then we should approve it based on that, because all the other ones I guess.
Okay, if they're not on this page, does that mean they're on a
Oh,
page
she's
somewhere
not
else?
on this?
No. Oh, wait a minute. I was looking for something else. Sorry. Okay.
Presumably, these match. Doesn't have that option.
I need to go take some.
Only for Because that's only under the, where they put their driver's license and social, that's under the exception, I cannot make a photocopy,
Right.
so they include the exception. Yeah, so they don't get that option when they go in person.
What, and also. Yeah, thank you.
So if this, we're okay with the photo ID,
Then I will recommend approval based on the fact that I found an intent to register.
what is it?
It means she submitted it, something was missing on it, so we couldn't process it, but she attempted to register, so that counts. When we get to my no record registration, you'll see that too.
Okay. So
The
we're
state
done with
board,
this one now?
if you have no questions
I have
on the
no
photo ID
question about
part,
the
if
photo
you don't
ID.
need to discuss that, then yes, you can put that in there.
And so, I'm going to represent you accurately on the comments. Is, because of this, is this one that you would like to discuss? Instead of some curious holding aside the ones that we're going to talk about, like the one that said I refuse to.
We can talk to her about it.
Yes.
She thinks so. What'd you say, huh? Am I missing something?
And there's another one.
And I have an email from the state board to go with the attempt to register ones,
Oh,
Okay.
so that you know, because I did ask about that. That's in March. No, this was November.
Do y'all,
I-
These are how you get
That's
to.
my-
do y'all wanna save this one about the license to
I did, I just didn't know what you thought about it.
We'll talk about it. Put that aside. Where, did y'all have that from?
Mhm. So like this, that's the same one I looked at already? Or is this a different guy?
We've already looked at it.
That's not,
I was
so
gonna
like,
say, I don't know what you looked at.
why do I see this same guy again?
So even though he filled out an exception, he came back and got it, so that's why
Okay, okay.
You know, the system.
Right, so he did both twice, right?
Mhm.
That's so cute, just because of that. I thought that was cool. She's 104 years old. Yeah.
I still don't see it.
406 years old.
They don't look over. Did she try to bring his stuff? Just curious.
Is there an ID in there? Cause I would have put it, no, cause I would have put it with it.
Looks like
I think that's what we need to do. Is
and I think
item
we
as
did
they
do.
go. Oops. No. So that was the end of that.
Was that the end
That's
of
the end of
that?
that category. Apparently so. You have something? Two, okay.
DUI,
Mhm.
do they take the license?
Depending on how
Sometimes.
many you
It
have
might be number 3 or something.
and the severity. There's factors that play into it, but yes, they do.
Mhm.
I guess that's an improvement.
It's not,
You can't say it's
it's
false.
false.
How many thousand of these do we got?
I dealt with them.
Those two cars.
There are better than they are.
We've got, oh,
Did you total?
I'll explain that.
Yeah, I
But here's the thing, you've got to review all these ones, you don't have to review all those ones. We can
Right.
just talk about it unless you see, like, you look at one on here, and like, I want to leave that. We can hopefully get to those in time.
These are the ones to slide. 752, at least there. Here, do a photo picture, please. So let's just keep them down here. It's Halloween.
I get the last choice.
No, because there are two other people that should be opting them too. You want Andy too?
Yeah.
Yes.
They deserve more than we do.
Hey, nobody's forcing them to be here. I don't think. Help yourself. Okay,
Somewhere.
so how many do we have to talk about?
What do you have? Okay,
Shall we talk about those?
left.
Okay, do you want me to read off what they wrote?
Sure.
Reasonable impediment, license revoked, showed school work ID but not listed as acceptable. It didn't say, but it wasn't on the acceptable list, because they all had the acceptable list.
Oh, you're
Did you hear that, Marty?
Okay, I'm confused about where they are on this list.
Okay.
Okay, that's right. I guess I didn't say.
License revoked, but showed school work ID but not listed as acceptable.
Well, revoked, that's a reason.
The reason that you can't show a photo ID,
Is it not?
it is, I believe.
Because
No,
if it's revoked, you might have to surrender it.
mhm. No, I'm agreeing with that.
You were.
No,
Okay.
I'm not, yeah.
So, I moved, well,
Is that one of them that, I didn't hear you.
did you have a problem with the one that said, they said their license was revoked?
That's what the one that I wanted discussed, just to get some feedback. And what did you two say?
It's a reason for not,
It's on there, isn't it?
what?
Yes, the
It's an
requirement is
impediment.
that, yes, if you check this, you must explain why. Here's my reason, I wrote down why. And so, if the guidance I recall is, unless we can have reason to believe that it's false, then we should approve that ballot. Okay. Did you make a motion? Or you-
No, because I don't know whether we're.
Or,
So let me understand, this one was a driver's license was revoked, and school ID wasn't acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes.
yes,
Well, the real one's the driver's license, and that was revoked, but she doesn't have a driver's license.
right?
She doesn't have a photo ID.
That's a reason why I can't show you my photo ID.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from. I'm learning more ways I have to.
Okay, so are we all in agreement with this one? I can put this
You put it in this.
in this pile.
Mhm.
Okay, the next one.
Oh, yeah.
Refused to go, they selected other reasonable impediment. Refused to go across street and get valid ID. Lived here 3 years, California driver's license. Can we find falsity with this form?
State.
But
90 days.
but it's kind of like
Now, did they say they couldn't go across the street?
review.
No, they refused to go across the street, Marty.
And I think that's and I think Carrie confirmed this, that's the assessment as far as sort of the internal motivation of the voter, of the poll worker that assisted in completing the provisional ballot application. Is that,
Now, so maybe this will help. Tawana is the one who did this provisional.
okay?
He voted
Well, I
curbside.
didn't know that. Well,
You voted curbside too.
Yes, he was in the curbside, he was in the curbside, when I assisted
If you're
him.
voting curbside.
And when I asked him about his ID, he gave me the California driver's license.
I'm sorry, just a second. Tawana's trying to explain the situation since she was on the scene, and it's hard to hear what she's saying. Thank you.
So he was curbside. He tried, when I went to help him in curbside, he gave me the California driver's license. And I was like, well, sir, how long have you been here? Because if he had been in the 90 days, whatever, he said 3 years. And I was like, well, sir, I can't use that. And so then he tried to give me his bank card. And I said, well, sir, I cannot take your bank card. And I said, if you don't, I said, well, I got two options. I said, I can either get you a voter ID card across the street, and he started like fussing and cussing. And I said, okay. I said, no. And he was like, he didn't want to have to go through all that. He didn't feel like voting. And I was like, well, no, we'll just get you registered. We'll just do the provisional and it will be okay. He didn't even want to have to come inside. And we do not try to take and do provisionals out in the curbside line
Mhm.
because it takes forever.
Sure.
And so basically, he didn't want, like I said, he didn't want to come across the street. He didn't want to have to come inside. And so I didn't want him to be upset that he did not get the opportunity to vote. But that was it. He did not want to go across the street. He did not want to come inside. And that was his reason. And he was giving me everything but what I needed. And so that's what I gave him, was the provisional, just to make him happy to vote him, so that he felt like he did something, and that's what happened, so.
But refusing to go across the street so well, that's not a reason for not showing an ID.
He did show an ID, like I said,
Well,
he showed
it's not
a
an
California,
acceptable
but he didn't
ID.
show an acceptable ID. And like I said, it was me and the lady that drove him, and we both just looked at each other, and I didn't want him he came all that way, they had sat in the line, he didn't want to come inside to be done, and everything of that nature. And so I was just like, okay, but that was his exact wording and things of that nature. So I was like, okay, sir, we'll just get you the provisional so that you can vote. I was like, maybe if you don't mind, we can get you an ID to vote in the future, And he was like, no. And I was like, okay. So
Okay, but again,
I know
we
what
don't consider an ID exception form with the poll worker telling us
But
what
what-
the voter says.
and
You have to do
what-
what's on the form.
when we were at a conference with the state board, and because this was one of the issues that we were having with the exception form, and they said that if a voter says that, whatever the voter states, we could put that down as far as allowing the board to know what a voter states. Like,
Sure.
we can't,
Yeah, I'm not
but,
saying.
that is what he said, and I just put down what he said.
Right.
So, but
Okay.
I'm just saying, that is his word. It's not like something that I added to his word, but that is just something that he said. We did vote the exception. He had no ID. He had a California driver's license. He had been here for years. And that was just, he didn't have the right type of ID.
Okay, so
Understood.
let me ask a question. If he had said, I can't show an acceptable photo ID because all I have is this California driver's license, would we accept that? It's not a false statement.
You did the last time when the lady had a
No, I wouldn't.
California.
We did,
You did the last time.
yes, we did.
Yeah,
So I would
No,
not
they-
accept
and
it,
that's
no.
that is
It's
what
the
he
same, that is what
showed.
it's
He showed a California ID, and he
Sometimes-
said, I don't have
sometimes
any other one.
The lady had a
Sometimes we
California
got to apply
ID.
we got to apply the common sense. I mean, based on what I've seen over the last few weeks, we really have no justification, hardly any. 99.99% of the time, we're forced to approve these, even when it's obvious they shouldn't be approved on the common sense. How did this guy get registered in Moore County? If he doesn't have a North Carolina driver's license.
He doesn't
What
need
did he
one.
use for registration?
He needs proof of address. He can show a utility bill.
No, to get registered, he would have had to either do his last four of his social and then verification of his address. Now that, but now that you're having to show ID, he didn't have the proper ID.
Right, but then the other side of that, you know, it's a Groundhog Day. In my guess, I didn't attend legislative sessions, but my guess from an inference and what I read is that in order to pass the photo ID requirement to vote, the legislature or some committee put together this admittedly imperfect photo ID exception form, and we have certain guidance about what constitutes a reasonable impediment, or let's say validly completing the form that the voter has been presented with for a provisional ballot. And judgments about whether he was a nice guy or whether he should have gone across the street. And it's very helpful for you to have recorded what he said, and that gives us information in that blank where it says, if you have another reasonable impediment, you need to fill out why. And he did that. And so this is the information that we have on which to make a decision.
But with the reasonable impediment, the voter is supposed to choose that coming inside. And that's the say that so how do you do that when you're in curbside? So curbside, it doesn't, so with the reasonable impediment, the voter is supposed to choose the impediment. So when you're in curbside and I cannot get you inside to choose it, because there's no way for you to do that. When
I
you're
don't
in,
understand what you're saying. Do you show them an ID exception form at curbside?
no, there's no way to do it.
You don't have a blank one you can show
No.
them?
Because it comes from the computer.
Well, that's horrible.
That's why we don't do curbs, we don't try to do provisionals outside. We try to bring you inside.
Because they need
That's
to be
what
able to
you-
see the form to make
Well,
the best choice.
Well, what happens is we read that information off to them so that they can choose the impediment. So we have to read
So
all
you read.
Okay, you read that from a sheet?
the
Or
screen.
from, you have a computer at curbside.
No,
That's
You
what
ask
makes
yourself
it
some questions.
difficult at curbside.
I understand that it's difficult.
Okay, Marty's got a question.
Marty, go ahead.
Yeah,
This says reasonable impediment, and we're saying a reasonable is impediment because he was too lazy, didn't want to go across the street to get a driver's license. If that's a reasonable impediment, I'm sorry, I'm voting no, and if the state board wants to come after me, please, come and do it. But this is, we're getting to the point, this is ridiculous.
that's not what I'm saying, Marty. What I'm saying is when a person comes in to the help desk and we're doing a provisional on them, there is a drop screen and we can read the impediments to the voter and the voter selects the impediment. What we're doing
I'm not
is,
blaming, Twan, I'm not blaming you.
I'm not
blaming you.
saying that, but I'm
understand.
explaining the process so everybody can understand. So what we're having to do is we're running back and forth to a computer, getting the information, going back out there and having to go back and forth to this voter to try to get the information to them because it's on a screen. So there's not a blank form or anything like that we can take out there to them to try to say, what's your impediment? And then put it back into the computer and then run back out there to them.
Okay.
Let me ask
Go
a
ahead, you
simple
go.
question. If he said, I can't, my reasonable impediment is I only have a California driver's license as a photo ID. We can't say that's false. Is it a reason for not showing an acceptable photo ID? Is it equal to the sky is blue? It's not really equal to the sky is blue.
he said if he's a resident of North Carolina, it is. That's what Marty just
If
said.
he's,
If he doesn't drive, he doesn't have to have
Right, I
a
was
North
gonna say, that's-
Carolina license. Was he driving?
He wasn't driving,
No.
but that's not one of the IDs that's acceptable.
I know
Right.
that, but
Right.
I'm just saying, Marty's saying, why didn't he have a
if
North
it,
Carolina?
if it were, then he would have
He
shown it, and,
could get a DMV ID. He could get a DMV ID.
Yep.
My mother-in-law got that when she came here, and she was 90 years old.
right. All right.
I was trying to ask him, did he have something else? And then what he did was, like I said, he gave me his bank card. And I
Right.
said, sir, I can't take the bank card.
Understood. I've got two questions. Is this, of these 752 provisional ballots, is this the only one that attempted to, or actually, and therefore, and thanks to you, succeeded in completing a provisional application curbside?
No, I had
Is he the
another
only
one.
one?
No.
Okay.
That didn't come inside, you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
No, the 104 lady was curbside, but she came inside.
Is there anybody else? So
Why
he's
does it
the only
matter?
one that
Why does
stayed.
it matter? What does it?
Why does it matter? I just
Yeah.
want to,
It doesn't
Okay.
matter whether they vote curbside or inside.
well,
If they don't show an acceptable photo ID, they fill out the form and we have to decide if it's acceptable.
I understand that that's the first part of it, and that's, is there, this is a sort of a rhetorical question. Is there a stipulation on the provisional ballot application form that the voter must come inside to complete it?
No.
No. Right, I understand that it's difficult. I understand that it's awkward. It seems like it's a limitation of this, of our system, not the voter.
No.
Mm-mm. What do you mean?
Why would it be a limit?
You need to make a motion.
It's just a pain in the ass doing a provisional at curbside.
I understand.
Because you should be sitting across from somebody while you're at the computer and you're typing in everything they tell you.
Totally agree.
So, but when you get down to it, that's not what we're debating. We're debating whether the ID exception form is acceptable. And it doesn't matter if it was curbside or inside or absentee. It's the same form.
I agree. I just heard that explanation.
The explanation that it's difficult.
And if we're basically gonna say that there really is no reason other than the one person that didn't sign, let's just vote on every one of these right now, approve them, and go home.
Thank
I mean,
you.
it's
Well,
just-
these
Okay,
are all the ID exception forms we have left, Marty. We don't have any more of those. This is
This
the
is
end of
basically
the
it,
ID
yeah.
exception form review.
It's this one. Okay, so I think I think we've had a lot of discussion and no motion. Have we had a motion?
No,
Is
this
this
is
the
a
last,
motion.
is this the last one we have to discuss? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I make a motion that we accept all of the ones on the pending list that Carrie has given us.
I second the motion.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No,
No,
Okay, passes 3-2. Next category.
Can you tell us for sure how many there are in that stack? Yeah. I'll count and see if I get the same number. Did you check off the ones you were looking at? On that first page? Did you mark on your sheet?
No.
Oh.
Did not vote. I will next time.
I got 27. I think that's right.
Okay. ready to move on?
Yes, ma'am. 27, yeah.
Okay. The next provisional voting reason.
Excuse me.
Recess for 2 minutes and get a slice of pizza.
Yes. And recess for 2 minutes.
It's 9 o'clock.
So so on the agenda, it says pending 82, but that's not the final number. But these 27 we just approved were out of that total, right, Carrie?
Yes.
So,
And I'm gonna go pull a fresh total number
That'd be great.
oh, yeah,
and see if I can get it broken down by
Oh,
voting reason.
that's
Thank you,
terrific.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'll ask Carrie if there is. What you done, so how many that you approved so far?
27.
There's one up there.
Well, plus the 2 at the top. The,
Is that some of the?
We're still
I
streaming,
don't
by the way.
have the pod holder. What happened?
But. Speakers. Yeah. Oh, and then those two, yes, yeah. 29, we've approved 29.
the 2, natural.
Natural disasters.
I choose the board. It's more.
Ladies and gentlemen, I did purchase some pizza. If you would like to have some, you're more than welcome to have a slice.
When you were talking about ordering pizza, I thought it was for family home.
No,
Maybe it was for
I've
your
been up
family
since
to-
5 o'clock and I need to eat.
Need to eat. 4 or 6. And I've got to be. Sugar high already.
Don't sleep in.
Well, it'd be a better reason not to.
Like I said, be a better reason than the other. Do we know, do they send any?
Sometimes they'll send paper.
Oh, sir. You gotta push the red button. And then you have to do it, you know.
So they recessed or something?
Oh.
Age. Can I walk over here? No.
Hello, folks.
Oh, good work, Lynn.
Isn't that?
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome. Did we recess?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Is that still recording?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
So we did.
Yeah, he said they were gonna recess.
But I don't know the mechanism for doing
Okay.
Not bad.
it. Yeah.
No, thank you. That's good.
Thank you. I just thought that one.
This is water sensitive, but it is good.
So I'm standing over here, I don't want to eat on camera. I'm not that grateful.
So that's how it's gonna be.
Thanks for my son.
My turn next time. Shall I order lunch for that?
Probably, yeah. Are we at 11? We have to go back to more people. On this long and stuff. I asked to look at recess for 2 minutes, so we can each pick up the pieces. It's like,
Go on it.
Yes,
Go on.
yes.
How many controversial ones do we have left out of provisional ballots?
Okay.
We've done 33 out of 752.
How many are controversial? How many do we really have to think about, and how many are cut and dry?
Hopefully, you should not have to think about any other ones, unless you see a comment on that chart.
Let me see, so you've already did the one that were the exceptions. So now, we have incorrect precinct jurisdiction, no record of registration, previously removed, unrecognized address and geocode, unreported move, and voter already voted type thing, so I don't see anyone, but you know, I might be told. So,
I guess what I'm looking for is the ones the staff says, these you probably go ahead and approve, and which one they say you guys need to make a decision on.
no, it's not me making a decision.
Are there any pending in any
Well,
other?
there, yes, someone else. But I said, how long did you cook?
I don't see
He said
any
it's
ones
something
where,
like a minute
no,
and
I
a
don't
half.
see
And I
that.
said,
The only, those ones are pending because I didn't flip them to not approved after 5 o'clock. I just didn't have time, so I'll do that after, but
we have a
I don't
meeting.
see anyone where it takes a lot of discussion. That was
I should have left the sticky notes.
Well, that's kind of what I'm looking at, is that, you know, some of these, it should be intuitively obvious to the casual observer that either they're good or they're not. There
true.
only should be a handful that we actually have to talk about, I would think.
There's not a handful that you really gotta talk about. But it's like tall. Only thing that's gonna happen is you have ballots that are incorrect precinct,
He woke up.
and they're gonna have to be duplicated.
It popped like
Only partial of those are gonna count.
How long does it stay down in the toaster?
Because they're going to be duplicated tonight,
Yes.
so you
There's
guys
only
will be here a while.
How many?
there's only 5
There's
altogether.
only 5 altogether then.
Nope, I lied.
I'm sorry.
There's 21.
There's 21.
I forgot.
Yeah, voted, oh, partial, yes,
It's
62.
salvage, but the road. Cleaning that one.
Now, and I can present this to the board.
So,
Oh, we tried to get up the king.
There's selling it, one of them city hall.
Is yours on?
Next
well,
one.
because one,
Yeah, we can do something.
We need to get back.
I don't even know where there's sheets.
it's the time under that's why I'm on.
Where do you go when candy on the machine of sheets?
Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
we don't need him to help me.
We are. Because of.
That's not a duplicate.
What else do we have?
Things like 700.
So I could just say, okay, make sure they're all right. But she's gone through those.
They're little by little. They're
Yeah.
board.
Did she give us a,
Responsibility.
I like the way you took that thing.
And once you leave.
Because she sounded like you a few minutes ago.
all right, just I mean, come on.
Before we fill things out,
That's a while.
memberships. Getting more people. Some number of people.
But I'm not trying to be,
One of them.
what's that word?
But people on the board.
Difficult.
can only do the treasurer.
Logic's not playing it at that rule, and it needs to, because it's confusing to everyone. I can say, I had people come up to me and say, do I have to
Treasurer,
vote on
more
that?
in my
Yes,
time
as
ever.
long as you vote on whoever you want to, that's all you have to do.
Lynn's lap.
And they come up with.
There's sports business. Sports business. The short version is,
Assuming I don't have COVID,
we've been in limbo.
I'll be there
Still
tomorrow.
trying to-
And I will tell you guys kind of what I'm doing with this, with the voter exception form, since they asked to draft a better copy. My copy's gonna be real simple.
No. I like to talk.
Okay. Moving on to
Alright.
note exception form.
Back in session. Okay,
Sorry.
Carrie, go.
Note exception form, return with ID. All the ones marked approved, return with their ID. All the ones in pending status, I recommend for disapproval since they did not return with their ID.
Gotcha.
So
Any questions? Go.
on the form, is that a block you check? Or do they just say, I'm gonna return with it?
When they're given their options of filling out the exception form or returning with it, they said they'd return with it.
Okay, so is there something in the provisional envelope saying that?
And we can do a courtesy call back to them to see if they remember
Mhm.
to come back as well.
And so presumably,
They've all been called?
Yes, ma'am, and that's
Yes,
not
we did
required.
courtesy call them.
And it's not required, but we did do a courtesy call.
okay, and so some of these perhaps that now say approved, they did come back,
Yes.
either with or without the call, and others were explained at the precinct and had the courtesy call and still have not come back with an ID or an exception form.
Now, these are all the ones that did come back.
Right.
And quite a few did come back, but
Right.
quite a few didn't, and I can't recommend them for approval because they didn't show ID.
Sure. And the ones that did come back
I recommend for
for
approval.
approval, and they had, I'm sorry, I'm sure you just saw, but did they come back with a photocopy of the
They
ID?
either came back with an ID or they came and got one from us and we put it with their provisional ballot, which
Right.
they are allowed
Okay.
to do.
Sounds good to me. So for the purposes of discussion, I'm inclined to entertain a motion to accept all of the ballots marked pending in this section. But since I'm the chair, I'll say, I will entertain a motion relevant to these ballots. Is there
So moved.
a second? Still discuss it.
Second.
Okay, discussion time.
I'd like some clarification about the information that you just handed out to us with numbers.
Oh,
So ID, not approved, no exception form, return with ID, and it says pending 53. Is that the total?
yeah, no, that's how many are pending.
Right, pending.
Yes, that's the total, this is the total number of the reason and then their status under each reason.
Yeah, but are pending the ones that you want us to approve now? Okay,
Because they did not return with their ID.
pending means they didn't return.
Yes, I just didn't have time to flip them
Okay.
over to not approved after 5:00.
So that's 53. And then you've got 5 were not approved because they weren't registered. Right?
Yes,
Okay, and then 1 registered after the deadline, so that one's not recommended for approval.
Correct.
And 26 came back with an ID and you're recommending their approval.
yes.
Okay. Did we already, I'd like to, if we made a motion, I'd
We
like
did.
to amend the motion to approve and disapprove in accordance with what we just read through.
Great.
So we would be approving 26. And we would be disapproving 59.
59. Everybody understand the motion? As amended?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I don't believe that amendment requires a second, but I don't have Robert's rules here. Is there any additional discussion after Holly's amendment to the original motion? Okay. If not, all those in favor of following the
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I guess I'm tired. What did you put in yours that I didn't have in mine?
Maybe nothing. I was just trying to make sure I understood the numbers.
Okay, because I thought we said the same.
We may have. I apologize.
Okay. All right, I'm okay now.
Okay, all those in favor of approval of Susan's motion as amended by Holly, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Marty, are you with us?
He's muted.
It's better if I say aye when I'm unmuted.
All right, thank you. Okay, passes. Thank you. Carrie, next category. To approve. 26.
Yes.
Moving on to incorrect precinct. You can see my recommendations in the chart. Most of them are approved. There are some partial, and I believe there is only 2 that are not approved.
Mm-hmm. Right. One says previously denied, no attempt to re-register found,
Yes,
and the other is moved out of the county. And it has now is in Lee County.
yes.
Okay. Did anybody else need I asked Carrie earlier for a reminder of what partial means.
Yes, does
Everybody's
anyone
got
need an
that? Okay.
explanation?
Yes.
Okay, so what partial means is, for example, these people voted in the incorrect precinct, so like Carthage only has 1 ballot style, 03. So if they voted in Pinehurst, but they're really a Carthage voter, we're only gonna count the races that they would have been able to vote in Carthage, not in Pinehurst.
Okay.
So it's a partial count.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve 16 provisional ballots that we're voting at a precinct for a partial count, that we disapprove the one that moved out of the county more than 30 days, that we disapprove the one who was previously denied and didn't attempt to re-register, and that we approve the other 12.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Excellent. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Very clear.
Okay, jurisdictional dispute. We have 5, I believe it is,
Yes, ma'am.
Total of 5, yeah.
and I am recommending. I've got more than 5 in my pile, I think I've got. I think I've got my unrecognized address in here too, I'm sorry.
That's right. Take your time. Pass it down. So there comes the phone.
So two, I am recommending for approval. Both of these, they actually live at the same address. And after doing some investigating with Harnett County, they are actually a Moore County address, not a Harnett County address.
Right.
And then the three for disapproval, they are not in county addresses.
Okay, so I have a question.
Mhm.
They were registered in Harnett,
Yes,
but they should have been registered in Moore?
yes. A difference of lane versus drive in their address.
So it was a registration mistake?
Yes,
From DMV.
So, but they thought they lived in Moore, right? Because they went and voted in Moore, and were told they had to vote a provisional.
Yes.
Because their ID
Their
said-
registration, so when they went to the DMV changed their address from drive to lane, which put them in Harnett. But they don't belong in Harnett. Their address is,
Okay,
all their tax records, everything is
Right.
here.
just a plain and
They're
simple DMV.
nowhere near Harnett.
But when they got their voter form and the form, the card in the mail,
You'd be surprised how many people don't pay attention to that
Yeah.
card.
I'm sorry,
You'd be surprised how many people don't pay attention to that card.
obviously they didn't. Okay,
But they're here though. And Harnett transferred their information here, but they're here.
okay.
Is there a motion on the jurisdiction disputes?
I move that we accept the recommendations that we have before us of the three that are not, should not be approved, and the two that should be approved in a jurisdictional dispute
A second.
category.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Great, thank you very much. Carrie, no record of registration.
okay. And this whole beautiful card right here. Basically, a lot of them are not approved, several of them are approved. If I found an attempt to register before the deadline, if the DMV had record that they attempted to register before the deadline, even if the application may have had something missing from it, like a missing signature, or they provided their mailing address, not their physical, it's still an attempt to register per the state board. I have a email from them if you'd like to see that. So based on that, I recommended those for approval that had an attempt, or some of them were poll worker error. None really stick out to me. Do you just want to review that list and see if there's any that stick out to you?
This is kind of an unfair question, and it's kind of curiosity, but also,
Okay,
and this could be for you and Tawana, is 273 people who are just plain not registered but attempted to vote. Does that align with your experience in previous general elections? Okay.
Usually what happens is they'll go to the DMV after the deadline, try to get registered, and then try to come out on election day to vote.
Okay.
now you will see some where they may have been removed due to inactivity for 2 federal general elections. If they are at the same address and I cannot find an out-of-county registration for them, they are recommended for approval.
Right.
But only if they were removed due to inactivity
Mhm.
and they're at the same address.
Exactly.
I'm confused by the one that's, let's see.
What's the last name?
This one right here, where it says voter came back and showed ID.
Well, she was a no record of registration, and she didn't show ID, but she came back and showed ID.
But still no
So it was
record of
both.
Yeah, so I probably should not
But
have
now you're
approved
got
that
it
one.
for these now.
And I was getting confused with those with my other ones, so let me pull her ballot and look at it. I've got them in alphabetical order. Okay, I apologize, that should be disapproved, there was no attempt to register.
There was what?
No attempt to register.
Okay.
So, where's my?
calling out names. Okay. That's the one, so that we don't have to call it names on that.
Which one was that?
Is there another one?
No, which one was that?
Oh, Poland.
Oh, we did one.
This one. Okay. Disapproved. Okay.
It should be, because I had it in my head that photo ID, not the no record of registration like those other ones you checked on. But she did check behind.
I have a question about one that you said was removed and has a different address than the removed record. So were they removed for inactivity?
Let's see, Danny Cable.
I didn't find it, so. That's why I was asking.
It was due to inactivity, but he had a different address, so we can't approve.
So I have a question about that. I thought just being inactive, you could go in and update your address and vote.
If you're inactive, if it's a move to a different precinct, if you go to the old precinct, get a transfer, go to the new precinct, they'll update you, let you go. If you don't, if you go to your new precinct or just your old precinct and don't go to do the transfer, you have to vote provisional.
But why shouldn't it count? You're saying,
He wasn't inactive, he was removed due to inactivity. But now he's at a different address, so he should not be approved.
so, okay. I have a,
He wasn't inactive, he was removed due to not voting.
Removed after 2 federal elections.
Yes.
That's what you mean.
they're removed, they're not just inactive.
Yeah, so it's removed after 2 federal elections. That's what she
Okay.
means.
Cable. Okay. You know the name?
Okay. Registration.
Okay,
I know the glare.
thank you. So it's not approved. Okay. And here was the. So the idea, we state that it's just the same.
Holly, are you okay with what the explanation she has given? Are you good now?
About the removal.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'm reading to see if I have other questions.
Okay.
Okay, so I see the other one where the person was at the same address and you approved that. Done. So, right here, same address as removed record, and you recommended approval.
Yes.
Okay. That's consistent with what you said. So can you explain the one that says should have been same day registration?
That was an error on the poll worker part. She should have done a same day registration. It was done at early voting.
You mean at early voting, she was told she had to vote a provisional instead of letting her register?
I'm gonna find it.
Okay.
'Cause I've done a lot of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there was no ID issue listed on it or anything. So it seemed, from what I have here, she showed ID. I have nothing indicating she did not show ID to this poll worker. And it should have been a same day registration. It was done at early voting. She shouldn't have had to do a provisional due to no record of registration.
She should have registered at early
Yes,
voting.
yes.
Instead of been made to vote a provisional ballot.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. What's this one from?
So what it is there's a couple like that.
Yes, I just found it.
Okay, so what it is the temporary registrants. They used an FPCA. They were a military or an overseas voter, so they used an FPCA to register and request an absentee ballot the first time.
Okay.
But now they're back here in person and they wanted to vote in person. However, that FPCA only temporarily registers you. So she's in there as a temporary registrant at the same address. It's just, it's
It's tricky.
it's kind of just a tricky thing in the system. So she's registered, you know, she's voted at that address before, but not as a active voter, as a temporary voter.
Because she's military. and she
Yes,
can go
so
by
now
the
she's
back.
she's come back in person and wanted to vote, and I also have an email on that should be recommended for approval.
So the system wouldn't let us, when they came in, even with early voting, the system wouldn't just let us vote them. We had to actually register them because they only recognized them as a temporary voter because they would always do absentee by mail through the military. Until they decided to claim residency, basically.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I have another question. You've got it marked for approval, but you say inactive at same address.
Yes, so they're just in an inactive status at the same address, so that precinct should have just updated them and let them vote.
So it shouldn't have even been a provision.
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
What's this one, Dory? You have one for you, Karen.
I found one for you guys.
Oh, good. Okay, this one here,
Yes,
just because she was already registered.
Yes.
Come in, but it matched.
yes, I did make sure that the ID number matched, but there was a misspelling in her first name. Because I was like, maybe they're twins and they just have a similar spelling, but the ID matched, so.
Okay.
I found one.
Okay.
This one?
I recommended it for not approval, but in my comment section, I found a DMV registration attempt on September 30th of 2024. So before the deadline, so she should be recommended for approval.
I was gonna ask you what the deadline was when I saw that.
October 11th was the deadline.
So you're changing it from disapproval to approval?
Yes,
Can you
and I
show us
showed
which
you
one
which one,
that is?
right?
Yeah, it went back there. So, it goes back to where it was. And
So you've got 21.
What was the deadline?
October 11th.
The ones that say no have the ID, were they told they had the opportunity to come here and provide it?
Yes.
And none of them, the ones that say they didn't provide it, never did. When they check the status of their provisional ballot, do they find out why they were disapproved?
All of this is public information.
But I mean, they're given information about how to check whether their ballot was accepted. In that information that they get, however they get it, I can't remember how they get it, does it say why it was disapproved?
Yes, that's why I'm not allowed to put PPI in the comment section, because the comment section is public when they check their provisional status. Right, Tony? Yeah.
Okay.
So they'll be able to see not approved, registration after the deadline,
Yeah.
registration
Okay.
received.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yes,
Thank
they
you.
will see all that.
Okay.
So we lost one, we gained one,
So the number should
For remote.
remain the same.
correct? Yeah,
Yeah, the
so
number
the
stays
number
the same.
stands, yeah.
I am,
I'm not quite done.
and I'm not moving on, but I'll be quiet until you,
Did you have a question on one, Bob?
mostly on the numbers. For a minute, I went, researched a question that I'll share in a minute. So I had for the not registered category, second line down, that started out being 273. Got adding one to that for 274. Did we change that, or did that go back down to 273, or is it still 274?
I have to look at the two, hold on. So one that's approved, we're taking away. And the one that's not approved is under registration after deadline, so that would be 74.
And what's your number for, never mind. Yeah, I'll ask you. What's your number for not registered? Still 273? We did.
Yes.
We never even touched that.
No, that should go up to 274,
Right, okay.
right?
That's what I had.
And the approved will stay the same because we're taking away
Yeah, one up,
category.
one down, one back up. Okay. And you will register those things, right?
So the only two numbers that change are not registered, 274 instead of 273.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that we have approved, may we start opening them and putting them through and get some stuff moving?
Well, we can vote on this now if you're ready.
I mean, the ones that you have already.
What we've
Oh,
already,
yeah,
I mean.
yeah.
I agree. Oh, I was just wondering, because I was just like,
Yeah, because we can't leave till you.
Sure. No, I didn't. Well, Oh, you do that?
Okay,
Oh,
but
my little,
You're gonna go back
these
to
have
our
to be
numbers.
done a certain way.
Oh,
They have to be taken out of the envelope and the precinct has to be written on.
okay, a little bit.
Okay.
never mind.
But you had the idea.
But why can't Nick do it?
He can, I'm gonna explain it to him.
Okay.
But now you're making a motion on,
I was gonna, if we're done with the no record of registration, I was gonna make a motion that we
Register.
approve
Some of them might
the
be different, like
revisions
that
that
one's
we
different.
discussed, so that the not approved, I do not provided, there are two. Not approved, not registered are 274. Not approved registration after deadline are 74. Not approved because they were removed are 2, and approved are 21.
That jives with me. That's the motion. Is there a second? Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Briefly, since we finished this, it wouldn't change this at all. Something struck me as a little bit funny about voters being removed from the rolls after failing to vote in 2 federal elections. And that's basically the gist of it, but the footnote is they spent 2 federal general elections in inactive status and didn't respond to mailings from their county board of elections attempting to confirm their eligibility.
Yes.
So that's, just wanted to, it's not sort of an automatic removal without any action on the part of the county. Okay,
And they're now registered
yes.
because they voted on provisional.
After we moved everything out of the
Well, there's a letter.
Just right next to provisional here.
Yeah, just somewhere in the box, or just, yeah,
And it's precinct.
yes.
Yeah.
That's what we get for choices.
Halfway through the pack.
Okay.
Feel better? Okay,
Previously,
previously written, yes, ma'am.
if you would like to review these, you are welcome to. If they did not attempt to re-register, then they're still, they're still removed. It should not count. They didn't attempt to re-register.
Can you explain previously denied?
So those ones, they registered. We sent them to a mailing. It got returned undeliverable to us. We sent them another mailing. It got returned undeliverable to us. So they are in denied status. They failed the mail verification process.
Here. What if it isn't in that form?
the changes to the new roll.
That's what it
Better be precinct. Go to that.
yes. Okay, I'm sorry, this.
Now we need to hear something.
Right.
It's at the bottom.
I have a question about one of the ones you suggested approving.
So he was, let me pull him up, because he was probably removed due to inactivity.
And not removed.
Yes, he was removed due to 2 federal general elections inactive.
Well, you just said they're removed then.
Yes, but he's at the same address. And I found no out-of-county registrations for him, so we can approve him.
The other person moved.
Yeah, the other one had a different address than on
I'm
their.
having a hard time keeping this on mine. So if they're removed
Do two federal
Due
elections,
to, yeah,
and that they're at the same address,
you can.
you can approve.
Yeah.
But if they're at a different address, you can't.
Correct.
And my famous footnote, there would have been 2 attempts to clarify that, to verify the eligibility of that voter from lost. That's what they're,
that's if they're denied. Now, if they are removed due to inactivity, yes, we do attempt to reach out to them, but I think it's just a confirmation, right?
When they go on, we reach out to them, and then we do the confirmation, and then they go into inactive status. They stay in inactive status for the
2
first
federal
2
general.
federal elections, and then they get removed after 2 federal elections.
yeah,
So that's part of our recommendation.
sure.
So
I guess I'm trying to conclude. I think this is what y'all said before, but the one way you just said is equivalent to they spent 2 federal general elections in inactive status and
Not inactive, so what she's needing to say, so we reach out to the voter after, we reach out to them. They're sent a confirmation call, once they, sent the confirmation call, they go into inactive.
excuse me, I can't hear what Twan is saying.
When they go into inactive status, they will go into inactive status. After, and then they go into inactive status, and then after 2 federal elections, then they get removed after 2 federal elections.
So
how
there's,
did, go ahead, Colin.
there's 2 listed right after each other. One of them says, same address as removed record, no out-of-county registration found, approved.
That one should not be.
Then the next one says different address from removed
That one should
record.
not be.
Both of those should be not,
No, this one should be.
Provisional.
This one should not.
So if they were removed after 2 federal elections with the same address and they have not changed the address, they are approved. But if they were removed after 2 federal elections and then changed the address, they are not approved.
so y'all, parents should be not approved.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically what happened is before a voter is about to go into inactive status, we will reach out to them with a confirmation card to see if that voter is still at that address.
Okay.
And then once we send a confirmation card to say, hey, you haven't voted, we haven't heard from you, you're about to go into inactive status. If they don't respond back to us, then they go into inactive status. And we keep them on an inactive status for about up until 2 federal elections, and then they get removed.
Okay, what triggers them going into inactive status in the first place?
No contact, it's called no contact, basically, we haven't had any type of contact, we haven't had any type of other things, they haven't, no type of changes to their records or anything like that. And most people, not say all, some people, they do something to their file. They either do like an absentee, they change the phone number.
Yeah, they voted a municipal election or something.
They do something to their file.
So you know that they're out there, you know they're allowed.
But they don't do anything to their record, nothing.
Or,
For however a long, whatever period of time that the state marks them, and they consider them a no contact person, and then that's when they get a confirmation card to go out to them.
okay, so there is you might not remember right now, but there's a period of time. That's not the 2 years necessarily.
No, it's not the 2 years.
All right, so then so that no contact deal, then they're inactive. Then you send a confirmation number to say, hello, you're inactive status, and basically, I don't know what it says, but in essence, if you don't vote in 2 successive federal elections, then you will be removed. Unless you can, somehow, if they indicate, hello, I'm here, I'm in the same address, then we can approve it. But if they come back, if they respond to you somehow, because what I read from the state board before was, then they are removed after having failed to respond to 2 attempts from the county board to confirm their eligibility. So Holly, approved goes down from 46 to 45.
I'm coughing like crazy, like really sore and big. Yeah, I'd like to hate, I'm feeling worse and worse, and I'd like to be able to make it tomorrow, so good luck to everybody finishing things up here.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you, Marty. You feel better.
Okay.
Take care of yourself.
All right, Marty, Marty, better.
No, this one's got a sheet. Doesn't be, I thought they did. So, thank you.
Just
No, when you start, we're done with it.
It's not approved. Should be stamped approved.
Start firing us up.
they have to be listed, they're not approved, so just look for the approved ones or partial.
Harry, there's one where you've got not approved, removed, no attempt to be registered bounds. But you don't say anything about the address.
Probably for the reason they were removed, let me pull that. And I think I know exactly why that was. Right there, sorry. So he would have had to attempt to register again. Now the other one. I can look at it, but I would say if I put address different or address saying they were due to inactivity. I just.
So we double check behind you, make sure it's all on.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying those, I had to pull up the approved ones. I've got a better way to do this and I can't do it better.
Ring mark the social stuff up.
I was gonna get a red stamp this time.
Something to that effect.
So that is. In this section, most of them have images, just sort of remember it's here. It's approved. Function numbers they approve. So just it's not just the response.
Did we change any?
I think the one that you said about approved that you're putting out, it should have been unapproved, so from 46 to 47.
Do you have any numbers? No, I'm just trying to figure out what the numbers should be there. Did we change?
I changed
I
that
don't know
one
what we
from
changed.
46 to 47.
That,
because
yeah,
that's
that'll
not
go up to
approved.
47, I'm trying to figure out why.
Well, I think it's because it went down because it was approved and then changed the modification.
Yeah.
Because there's some not approved. Is that
And
the one?
then that would go down to 45, right?
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to track is the ones that go through because those are.
And what I can do is, I can go run new numbers after, I can fix the ones in the system, run new numbers after, so we have something to verify against. I was keeping little post-its. Okay.
So, she said this is. So, we're through reviewing we're discussing, at least, are we in a position to have a motion on the ballots that were previously removed, or voters who were previously removed?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we approve the amended recommendations. Partial voting out of precinct would be 1, not approved, not being registered, or 4, not approved for being previously denied is 17, not approved for registration after deadline is 8, not approved because they were removed are 89, and approved are 45.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Quick one.
I didn't speak quickly enough.
I'm sorry.
That leaves the total at 164 because we went up
Yeah.
and went down. Okay, making sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Unrecognized.
Did you check the math?
Get ready to so far I
Or should
haven't.
we do that later?
Yeah,
When we're
I'm
done?
trying to do some of these in my head because there's my long column.
Yes.
What are we on? We're on unrecognized address.
Yes, ma'am. In limbo, waiting for hearing.
Okay. The first one, unrecognized address, is a Raleigh address. The second one was a poll worker error, they live in Woodley.
I make a motion accepting the staff's recommendation on the non-approved and not approved and approved in the unrecognizable address category.
Well said. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Uh,
Aye. Right. Good promise.
I think it's disapproved, I just. It's not, so where do you want me to go?
It says previously removed. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, unreported move. There are several partials because they were voting out of precinct, so we have to duplicate it onto a ballot they're eligible for, so not every race will count. There is one not approved.
Because it has an address in Lee County.
Yes. Thank you, I'm sorry, I was trying to get that out.
That's okay.
And then, the other one, he has a High Point address.
Has what?
High Point address. So one is in Hartford and Lee County, one is in High Point.
I guess that's two.
The two that are not approved.
toward the bottom.
Well, then, why does it say, I'm confused. It says not approved, not eligible to vote in current election, 1, not approved voting out of precinct 1.
I don't know, I probably just selected two different.
So on the first one on the list, that's not approved address in Lee County.
Yes.
He's not voting out of, well, he's voting out of county.
There's not a voting out of county option.
Oh, it's a drop down?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I kind of just had to, and that's probably why I have the two different reasons, because I wasn't sure which to pick.
Right.
But they're both the same.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
Okay, and so all of the other ones that are voting out of precinct, they're just out of precinct, and they just had the wrong ballot stop.
And our
Some of
And so
them,
they're
a
partial.
lot of them received the correct one. They went
Sure.
within their district, but
Right.
there are some that we will have to do.
Gotcha, yeah.
All those,
Those are all,
okay.
I know they are.
You got one partial.
Let in to vote after 7:30 PM. Was
Okay.
sent by
I'll
South
vote
Southern
right here in a
Pines.
minute, check.
Get transferred.
Yeah, that's why they want to
Okay.
Too late to transfer.
put, okay, so what happened?
Toward the end. MPs.
Let in to vote after 7:30.
Yes, so what happened is, one precinct sent her to get transferred
Two votes.
when they should have just voted her
Provisionally.
provisionally.
Yeah.
So when she got to the precinct to get a transfer, they said, no, we're gonna vote you provisionally because it's like, you're not gonna be
You can
able
do
to
that,
vote.
son. Yeah,
So I recommend it for approval because that other precinct should not have sent her to get a
Exactly.
transfer. They should have voted her provisionally.
and so, you know, this is an example of doing everything we can to let registered voters have their
Now,
vote.
I felt like you should know because that, you have to make the final decision.
Can you
That's-
explain, I didn't hear the beginning of what you said.
So this voter was let in after 7:30, and I think it was only like 7:31. I'm not saying she was let in, 20 minutes after the poll. She was let in after 7:30. What it is she went to South Southern Pines. They told her she needed a transfer. She didn't have time to get a transfer. So she went to East Avenue to try and get a transfer, but it was passive. Because they told her to.
Right,
They should have voted her provisionally. So, I consider it poll worker error.
mhm.
But why did anyone let a voter in after 7:30?
I wasn't there, I can't answer that.
Was she in line or something, or no?
Was it, my reading of it,
I mean, because technically you can't vote after 7:30 unless you were already in line.
here's my,
And did she vote the provisional at the first place she went to?
No,
No,
they,
no.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They told her that she should go to East Aberdeen and get a transfer. She didn't have time to get a transfer.
so by the time,
But she barely had time to make it down to that precinct.
so she arrived at the wrong precinct before 7:30?
It's not, she had an unrecorded vote. So what it is she used to live in the East Aberdeen precinct, she now lives in South Southern Pines precinct.
Right.
She went to South Southern Pines to vote, they told her she needed to go to East Aberdeen and get a transfer, that is one way to do it.
Right,
And
But
then
it
go
was-
back to South Southern Pines and she can vote a
Oh,
regular ballot.
right, but by that, you mean,
Or she can vote provisionally at either location. And
okay,
South Southern Pines should have offered that provisional ballot based on time constraint. They did not. So she went down to East Aberdeen to get the transfer like they told her to, but she arrived after 7:30.
but then did she vote provisionally at East Aberdeen?
Yes,
Okay, so
yes.
I think she's essentially, she's doing all she can to be in line by 7:30. In August.
Would it not be the same thing if the doors closed at 7:30, but there was a line and you take it to the end of the line? She was in line because she had done everything up to that point.
I'm not going, so
Okay.
I'm not voting
I was
against
still
you.
arguing.
No, don't argue. I'm on your side.
Okay, wow. Put it in the minutes.
I mean, technically. It was poll worker error.
Again,
So should we go ahead and have a motion for this, or do we still need-
Anybody still looking? Is there a motion regarding this category?
I move that we accept the category as presented.
Is there a second?
A second.
Further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Excellent.
So just for the benefit of the people who can't see what we did, we're reviewing provisionals for unreported moves. We approved 4 voting out of precinct partially for the races that were available to vote in the correct precinct. We did not approve 2 voters provisionals who were not registered in Moore County. And we approved 51 other provisional ballots where there was an unreported move.
Thank you. All right, just a few more. Voter already voted.
All these are approved.
Okay. So 2, I recommend for approval, and what it is, the first one, no, let me make sure that I'm reading it right the way you're. Okay, so the first one, the father and the son have different middle names. The father was pulled up when the son was voted. I think is how it was, so we have the father vote provisionally, and we can amend that so that they both get voter history. So I recommend for approval because we did find out that it was just poll worker error, they pulled up the wrong person.
So presumably, so the father and the son each voted once,
Yes,
but just because of what makes
but
it.
because they voted him, the father, he had to vote provisionally because he was already in the
Right.
category. The second one, he cast a ballot with overvotes at early voting. Right, he cast a ballot with overvotes at early voting and wanted to vote again, right? Wanted to, he wanted to vote against because he messed up his first ballot, he didn't cast it.
All right,
So I recommended for participation.
Okay, so when he fed it in the tabulator, it told him to overvote. And he pushed the button to say accepted anyway.
Yeah.
And then he wanted to vote again. Or you did vote?
Yeah.
How did he vote again?
Well, he
Oh,
voted
he voted
provisional, so we can approve it or disapprove.
Yeah, okay,
Right,
I
okay.
got it.
What, I'm sorry, what does the overvote mean?
Means, like if it says you can only vote for one in this contest, you voted for one.
Okay, and the machine said, okay. So when it's tabulated, does that race just count? Is
It just
zero?
doesn't count
It's
that
it's just a
race. Yeah,
normal,
it
it's
just-
just, okay, thanks, I should know that.
You have to vote for both of them.
And I think what happened was, because I had a lot of people doing it, they were darkening the ovals of the people that they really wanted and leaving the oval of the person that they didn't.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, 'cause I had that happen.
Just
And
X
so-
amount, yeah.
And
That's
I-
a lot of blocks.
Yes, and I kept saying, no, that's not what you do. You darken the oval for the person that you do want.
Mhm. Like the instructions and
Yeah,
examples.
but I had a lot of people doing that, and they kept flipping it, and I was like, I was going to explain to them that that's not what you do.
Okay,
All right, is there
Last
a
the
mo-
last
oh,
one,
another one, approved.
there is a gentleman with the same first and last name, but a different middle name, and they voted the wrong voter. So we will amend it so that the right voter gets voter history from the vote at, not sure, early voting. And then this gentleman will get voter history for his provisional.
Okay, still, again, two different people, each one of them gets voted once.
Yes.
Oh, that's, the 10/11, 10/21, in your note, that's the early voting date. Gotcha.
Yes.
I move that we accept the recommendation for provisionals for voter already voted as one disapproved and two approved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Carrie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-mm. I'm not just-
If you add up all the provisionals, I'm
Yes,
assuming
that's just.
these numbers are right. We didn't change any totals, right, Bob? In any of the,
Right.
so it should be 752.
Two, right, and I've got, did you,
Wait, do we
I was
know
gonna
how many
double
we
check.
approved?
that's what I was just, I have a number that I think is accurate.
I'll have to calculate it.
Oh, why don't you do it before I tell you?
Yeah, I might cheat.
And remember, in a couple, I'm sure you'll see this, too, in a couple of categories, there, two of those numbers need to be counted
I know.
because of the partials. I'm just, every time I try to explain something, to you, I'm actually
Sorry.
confessing something that I don't know.
Yes.
Right.
I changed
Let me
the
see if I can figure this out.
I need to go make edits so that I can get you the numbers.
I just want to make sure you switch the envelopes that are approved and not approved.
Anyone else would like to see?
Thank you.
Would you all like some more candy?
Thank you.
You gotta be getting hungry, so it's all.
We're going to Big Macs as soon as this is over.
You'll get the gavel at 11 o'clock. But I gotta be in Cameron at 8:30. So,
Bob, did you count the partials?
you were-
No.
No, you counted them as approved.
I just thought we might not. Well, how long do you think tomorrow's meeting will last? Is that when we have the hearings?
The hearings on campus,
And I never thought.
are you asking, do we have to start with the hearings? That I don't know.
So we need to bring it to the level of that?
Well, does Glenda have a sleeping bag on the phone?
No, it was like.
Sit down.
Okay. I need to have. Somebody to watch and somebody to document
That whole stack here. Got it together.
What is your number for the total that we approved, including
210.
209, but.
What did you have for disapproved?
I didn't count those.
I have 542 and these two total 752.
Okay. I did it two different ways about that, but let me, here's what
I took the numbers off.
This is what I wasn't sure about. Okay, so the pending up here.
Yeah.
And then, those pending are approved, these pending are not approved, only, right, here, only. Those 26 are-
yeah.
Right. So we are at 16 and 12.
There's only 12 approved. 12 and 16.
So, yeah, so that must be, okay,
Yeah.
let me one more. I got two here.
Did you check it?
Here I said 21.
It's not over here,
No, wait a minute, you got a partial there.
That's the one. That's it, okay, so 290, what's the 291?
210.
I mean, 210, I had 200. Yeah. But that's
That's
just,
the total.
yeah, I just-
Yeah.
210. Oh, thank you, I just missed that part. I still have three. I found the part, so I said, oh.
Well, it's kind of like hanging out there at the bottom.
Plus,
Yeah.
okay, thanks.
There you go, picture.
That's why when the doctor says, oh, oops.
Yeah, 210 provisionals approved and 542 provisionals disapproved.
You passed your math class.
Or somewhere.
Do you have the notes of which one was approved or switched?
Yeah.
Because I just have the report. And I don't know what
Did you want to see it on
The
this?
numbers or the names?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can we help you all do something?
Ma'am?
Can we help you all do something?
There's about 40 balances there need to be duplicated.
Oh, here.
40?
Yeah, partial improvements.
Only they can do it, unfortunately.
Yeah, partial improvements gotta be, that's all you want to.
I know.
Oh, is that what y'all were doing?
Yeah, that's all I want to.
You said there are 40 ballots that we need to do.
Yeah. Can anybody?
However, that big stack is right over there. They're partial improvements, you gotta duplicate them over with what races count.
We certainly could be doing it.
I'm just saying.
What do we have to do?
You gotta get ballot.
All those ones.
Where did this one come from? Was that in the provisional?
I don't know what that came from. I've not seen that before.
It's a,
It is a
express vote.
provisional express vote marked on the back, precincts on the back.
Okay.
Yep.
It's an express vote, somebody had to use the, touch screen. Of the
Right.
ADA.
Right.
Is that the one like I asked you about from Raleigh? When I asked you about,
Like,
my brother had to use,
Hmm.
and I wasn't familiar with that.
no, but I needed to show you that portal so you could see what I was talking about. No, so for the express vote, it reads Braille, it says, color blindness. ADA. It's almost like this, but it's bigger, it sits up like that now on the table. And, we had a lady that was actually blind that came in and used the Braille pad. So when somebody comes and uses it,
Is he getting us ballots or is somebody getting us?
No,
Mary
we-
should be getting you now.
Okay.
Now,
I'm just,
is there,
No, she should be getting you out, but what she has to do is,
She
she
was,
still has to mark,
she was doing, rubbing the numbers and.
she has to sit ballots too.
well,
I need to make sure she gets you.
we're pretty sure about the number. She's gonna
No,
confirm
but
that
she
with
was
the computer.
gonna change
Oh, for the,
the
right,
list.
she's had to do it, right, so
To
that,
change the
so
ones
that
that
they're-
were approved or
right,
unapproved.
right.
So
Okay,
it's
so that's
correct.
important too. So is there a way that other people with duplicate ballots, since we have only, we've been kind of on the board, is there another option? So we done the work on some duplicates, so what Nick was saying about the partials. So can we have a bipartisan team with board plus staff, or what do you recommend? Yeah.
Nicole.
Yeah, stack right there on the table,
What's that on the table?
right behind you, right beside that
Those are
chair.
all fours. And that's not gonna help me.
I thought you were asking which ones need to be duplicated. My apologies.
I know I need ballots. So I need to get ballots.
And so they gotta be written on.
Prison precinct. Do you have your key, Nick? Oh, can you open the vault, please?
Those are just empty.
Yeah.
I was just leaving there for now. Cause I know she's got a key that's a separate spot.
Thanks.
I didn't make copies, I apologize.
That's right. No. Stop making copies. So,
That's what I added up as a group.
okay. Here's what we got.
Somebody.
And I could have added, I
Let
did
me-
that very quickly.
Sure, let me, and it's, what I miss sometimes is the partials. So here's, in this category,
Carrie, here's
Pending
your
two.
report. It was on my desk.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I panicked when my computer shut off.
all right. Wait, those two,
And I probably forgot the pen.
could be it, and then 27. In the second category, the pending was that. In the next category,
Those were.
so those pendings were not approved.
Yes.
So we got 26. No, 16 partial, 12 were approved. And then next category, 2 were approved. 21. And now I'll go ahead and add one partial. And 45, so that's 46. And 1. 55. Plus 2.
You're right. I just added them.
That's right. No, I think leaving out those first two marks.
Yeah.
210. Were approved.
So your numbers coincide, yes.
Yes, I wasn't counting the partials.
So,
The pending, the pending ones, the 29 pending ones.
so there were 542 disapproved and 210 approved. Yeah, that's right. No. Just short and sweet. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, we're almost done.
Okay.
Carol. We'll see when you get done.
If I make it.
Be careful of
Oh,
those
I have
deer.
ballots out here. I brought them up from the front.
I need 1101.
Is there something?
1101, and I need 202.
This one, balance.
Duplicate the parcels?
How many threes?
I already got them. I got the 3s and 4s already.
How many fours?
I got 4. I just need the 1101s and 202s.
So do you. By the looks of it.
Uh-huh.
Boy, we need two.
You can write it on there.
Did you stamp either right for me?
Okay.
Me? Oh, yes, I did.
Okay,
It was
good.
good.
You went kind of cockeyed, so.
I used the, instant coffee, it was very, very good.
I'm Bob Howell. Thank you.
Did you get the
Thank you
numbers?
so much for coming.
Did you get the
I
numbers?
sent it.
I got it.
This is-
This.
Okay.
You're talking about this?
What about the numbers?
Homework.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
I just can't do it.
Very. All-
Yeah, we got it.
Oh,
Bob and I agree. You have the same ones.
Careful.
542
Yeah,
and
that's what
222.
it is.
Okay. Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Addressing
We have a meeting afterwards.
Girl?
When you said that, I was like, mother.
Okay, what precinct am I putting? The precinct register?
That is the person.
I'm putting Cameron McCarthy.
You knew what you meant.
Yeah, I know, but right now.
Did Annie get to go home?
Oh, no, she's up front working.
Oh, is she?
She about to sleep here. She about to be by her.
No, I think she got it.
She about to be by her notes.
Oh. Chief judges and assistant judges from all of the precincts, which is a very long, but the process is one of the procedures of the board. Working families, so we needed to have.
There she is. Speak of her, she appears.
I'm reading my Bible.
Some another, either way, or one table.
All right, so they got a different
You
here.
know,
That,
there's a process. Identifying.
no, these are the ones I got.
We'll have to open the envelope.
When those other things. Someone that, you know, everything's folks.
Somebody else just sent out.
Here, is there something I can do? Do you need, what are they writing about? It's a precinct.
No, provisional, because we didn't have any provisional saying that.
Do you want me to do some of those?
No, they're doing it. What I'm gonna need is I'm gonna need duplication.
What are we opening?
Oh, the envelope.
I know.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do we need to know?
I'm just making sure it's right.
I think that was.
You never know the way that original one.
Oh, no.
She was right.
Some people take them, some people look at them.
No, absolutely.
PROG.
Thank you.
Do I need to write the whole word on it?
No. I don't know what Nick told me. I just was looking at it. I just was like, wait a minute.
No, we're putting, we're actually,
So,
where did you get that?
I
just pulled.
Well,
it
Nick is about to come off because somebody about to leave, because I need to, y'all,
I can be.
another team. These are ready, if y'all wanna start, because I just was.
I'm gonna put Nick in. Since he's a Republican.
You know, speak to him, okay? Just joking.
And I'm not gonna free.
He gets a little mad.
I think.
So Nick, if you wanna help Holly duplicate.
Oh, you're down there, okay.
Oh, okay. You got a ball. Where? Everything all good?
No.
Oh. Why I got this extra for? I just put it on the sink, probably. I was tired. These are all the- this is the ones. Oh, why we gotta deduct this one?
Tony, did you run the expressway one?
It's not going through, so I might have to duplicate it. Cause that's precinct specific.
How many did you end up having that were express vote?
Just one.
Carrie, we have a situation here. I'm supposed to be copying this
One
one
is
over here.
Oh, no, plus just one provisional. All right, let me get something to drink real quick, we'll get started.
There's a race, you talk about a race to the top on there?
I guess, yeah. There you go.
Yes. So you'll skip the races they don't qualify.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, because this is.
So this one is what you skip, it's a partial.
Oh, I didn't see that. So sorry. That's why.
No, yeah, no, we misplaced the people.
Because of the carries, you know.
Sure. Is there anything I can do to help? I know you've got these
Not
two teams
because they
going.
have to be bipartisan.
I understand.
So,
So in all, what remains is duplicating the parcels.
yes.
Okay. If something else comes up.
Okay.
let me know.
See the stripes.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Oh, sorry, put it on the whole table.
Okay, where's the one thing?
Right here.
Did you see that look on her face?
I ain't going no further. There you go. I smoke. Yes, I believe that. Oh, that's it. That's right up to it. What's it? Yes, I can look.
Went to get something to drink.
Did I put the wrong one on?
Isn't it supposed to be?
Okay. I looked up here.
Has this all been looked at?
That's a problem. Just gonna get it.
Yeah.
Go to hell. Don't take us long to let me drink.
Oh, Bill. Well, there it is.
Call or mark? Jim. Jerry gets this through here quickest.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, anyway.
Let's start it.
This will be good. All right. One out there, good. Read it out.
I can't let you know. I mean, we stuck with Tiffany. I would have called her. Dang. Which is her
They
turn.
were copying everything except for
So, and I was like, how do you remember?
house
I think that's the only.
That was the
price. House.
No, that's what divides.
Senate, yeah, okay. All right. Yes, ma'am.
West Avenue.
Kamala,
Yes,
But she voted in it.
yes, it went through the West Avenue song. And
Stein,
Lord was so mad. She knows, she
Rachel
knows, she's like, I
Jeff
need,
Jackson,
I should trust in my instinct. She just said,
Jessica Holmes,
this girl did not.
Sarah Taylor.
That ballot was going on.
She said, walked her like a hawk.
And she's like, they
Esther Lindsay,
didn't, because she said, okay,
Marshall.
and she got up and
Morris
went through the
Green,
box.
Alice Williams, Allison Hughes, Carolyn Thompson,
We've done some, right? We can start sorting.
Ed Hildred,
Martin Shorter.
They put a few positions there, but that just is the rest of them that need to be done.
Lee Simon,
Then we're running.
nothing,
No,
there's
so-
nothing. And
That was it.
Out here,
Because now.
that'd be one to see four.
Between his written files and the past. So when I put it in.
Sure.
You're doing a, it don't matter. I mean, a partial.
So we wouldn't have one.
We wouldn't
Okay,
have.
you call. Okay, sorry. Yes.
No, it should go into the election.
So they won't, that's the one
No,
that
but
we
I
do.
mean, like, because when I did the past year.
So you got Martin Moore,
Yeah, get more all into this, get down to spiritual.
there's nothing,
Have a
the rest of
late
that column.
absentee
There's
file.
nothing in the middle, and
If
then,
you wanna amend or add to,
okay, now,
but you should
do I
have a
put
late
this back in here?
Yes.
I don't. Those are the absentee.
So it's gonna update your absentee that which is already.
But all like election and early voting,
So,
because it's the same number,
Just
right?
keep that stat.
Okay.
The only number that should be added is to the absentee file. And if you want to, you can make.
Here,
a
I'll
copy of
do
what
some
I have.
We'll get ahead of the curve
So
here.
the only thing that should focus,
Because the written, I was like,
did you get the report for the
Should be
absentee
one
and
ballot.
the write-ins then?
yeah, I saved them all. I haven't done the report yet.
Cause you don't have no
But I'm.
viral absentee,
Richard Wilson,
write-ins.
Mark Robinson,
No, but did you see the email from Will? Even if they did not call in over, but fill in like Donald
Steve
Trump's name, we have to add.
my cousin,
Here, I'll get you the.
I didn't see that, but that's good for me.
Bishop Allen, Brad Brown, Jefferson,
So don't be.
Tom Murray, Roger Savin, Chris Freeman, Tom McGinnis,
Well, I've been staying late, I remember, right? I got
So that's good.
Warren
Well, I
McSween,
got it in here early, but I had to create things
Skipper
so we can look up.
Steve Goodwin, Neil Mankind, Mike Harden,
And once you,
Tom
have
Adams,
you updated
Amy Dahl,
your provisions in the file, in the, no, not finalized, but once you updated like approved or difficult, there's no more pending, right?
Ryan Williams,
Yeah, once you do that, then I'll get that report.
Excellent.
Yes.
You read again. Donald Trump, Richard Hudson, Josh Stein, Al Weatherman,
Oh, okay, so if they fill in,
Jackson,
they didn't fill in the oval,
Dave
next to
Bolton,
her name, Jill
Does
Stein.
this
If they
have to
filled
go
in
in
the
there?
oval,
Steve
right,
Troxler,
vote Jill Stein, then we have to.
Mike Causey,
Put it in.
Oh,
Luke Farley,
that's a name.
Lynn Marshall. No vote for the public instruction, Brad Briner. Carolyn Thompson. Chris Freeman. Nobody listed. No vote until you get to nobody other
And he said, it's okay. I don't think anybody heard.
You got strong glasses.
oh my gosh. I can read it. With his reading it, Donald Trump, Richard Hudson, Mark Robinson, Al Weatherman, Dan Bishop, Dave Bollier, Steve Troxel, Mike Causey, Luke Farley, Chad Brown,
Yes.
Michelle Moore, Brad Briner,
Right there.
Easy.
Our
I can
notes,
do
we
that.
can't vote it.
Tom Murray, Valerie Zachary, Chris Freeman, Tom McGinnis, Ben Moss, do you have that one?
Dude.
Norm McSweeney, Skipper Creed. Oh, this should be the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Steve Biden, Johan, McCarty, Nick Pacerno, Tom Adams, Amy Dahl, Steve Johnson, Ellie Collins, Robin Cowher, William Hayes, and
Say Provisional. Hey, Carrie, this one that was a EV vote, that's for early voting, provisional. No way to get a, is there any way to get a precinct? I guess. Oh, wait, somebody, they were smart enough.
they wrote it on the back.
Smarter than the average bear.
Yeah, I thought so.
Just there, smarter than the average bear. Oh, no, he told me it was on the back.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Do we need to run this one first? No, we minus that.
Ready?
Because it runs through the box.
Richard
But it needs
Hudson,
to be run through the provisional box, right?
Rob Robinson,
I don't see the proof.
Al Weatherman,
Okay, so run it through, why just have to minus?
Dan Bishop,
I don't need to
Because
add.
it's just an envelope.
Okay,
Steve Troxel,
right. And then,
Mike
yeah,
Causey,
make sure we get that,
Luke Farley,
you know what I'm saying?
Chad Brown,
So I know what to minus.
Michelle Moore, Brad Briner, Jefferson Griffin,
I know, duplicated one.
Tom Murray, Valerie Zachary,
Forget you, it's just like you
Chris Freeman, Tom McGinnis,
write it right on here. That's what you do.
John Sauls,
I have to minus it.
Norm McSweeney, Stupid crew. Stupid fire.
Oh,
Oh, we are not flying one.
Okay. Okay.
Manual edit? Well, I'm gonna put it at 7, so I guess we can
See Oscar Roman,
You might as well recess and come back.
Robert Lee, David Hensley.
I'm not kidding. I'm tired. I'm just.
I'm gonna tell this. I can't say his name. And Paul.
yes, we got that West African.
Everything running through the machines and adds to
East African.
This will be the last.
Come on, yours.
Started, so we know which one it is.
Shalane Edgerson.
Could we have to know that we're going to take it off?
Jeff Jackson.
Oh, that's right, you need it back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
without that.
Sarah Taylor. Natasha Marcus. Braxton Winston. Glenn Marshall. Maurice Green. Leslie Harris. Allison Rose.
I'll get mine back.
Karen Thompson. Ed Hager. Martin Moore.
No,
Maurice Holland.
Oh, that's the one up front.
Ginger. Nothing. Then the rest of that line. Nothing at the top. Amy Dahl. Steve Johnson. David Hensley. Nothing in District 5. William Williams.
You have to duplicate those, right? Those there, you have to do it. You're done this. Only ones that find you in the chair. Let's not look at it, throw it back in. Yeah, my dog called me a while ago.
My daughter act like I'm not allowed to do it.
This, here,
And
this is one we need to add,
Dave Bowie.
or minus.
Steve Johnson.
Oh, okay.
Mike Crosby. Lou Farley. Chad Brown. Michelle Morrow. Brad Brown. Jefferson Creek. Tom Murray. Chris Freeman. Tom McGinnis. John Sauls. Warren Swoon. Sarah Creed.
So what do you want me to
Steve.
just put it with my second? Yes, and you can do your stickers.
Yeah. Tom Evans. Amy Smith. Steve Johnson. Kelly Collins. Don. William Williams. And Cole. Yeah, I just do that. Shalane Hutchison.
I can sort them all.
Josh Stein. Shannon Bray. Jeff Jackson. Jessica Holmes. Sarah Tabor.
Yeah, I'll sort them all.
Natasha Marcus. Braxton Winston. Maurice Green. Leslie Harris.
Using
Allison Rose. Carolyn Thompson.
They should have.
Martin Moore.
She's like, well, that's a good idea. And I'm like,
Maurice Holland. Nothing. The rest of it. Nothing. The first one. Steve Johnson. Paul Collins.
But then I want to say.
Donald Trump. Richard Hudson. Mark Robinson. Al Lindemann. Steve Johnson. Mike Causey. Luke Farley. Chad Brown. Michelle Moore. Brad Brown. Jefferson Griffin. Tom Murray. Rory Zappa. Chris Moore. Tom McGinnis. John Sauls. Warren McSween. Skip McCreek. Steve Biden. Dale Nye.
Well, I want the original.
Because we're waiting for
Sermon.
So I'll pull my set.
Tom Adams. Amy Dahl. Steve Johnson. David Henson. Donna.
The original.
Yeah.
So are these all original? All of
Well, they are, if you separated, but they were two.
Martin Hutchison.
Yeah, but I separated them so I don't.
Yeah, I'll put these, okay, yeah, I'll put these in my other.
Oh, no.
You see it?
Provisional dole.
Yeah.
And they're the one telling me what I'm doing, and then you're like, oh, so did you redo that? That's what she said. I was like, there. These are.
Oh,
Carrie, here are your originals that we duplicated. Inside of it, yes. I didn't know where else you'd want it.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
We got it.
They have a staff that they're still working on. So they're almost.
we already know
I think
that.
that
The absentee.
Oh, for some reason, okay, they have a ton.
Okay, that's what it is. Mary, do you want to do some of those?
Sure.
Or you can even do some of those.
Hey, what you got?
Yeah,
let me confirm.
Split up with it.
We also have those, the other teams said that they'd be glad to do. I didn't quite finish that sentence. Thank you.
Would you like to know?
That's what it takes to get out of here. 16-hour days are getting old, folks.
Hey, we're only getting $25.
That's all I get after the same thing. Like,
Donald Trump. Nothing in the District 9, Mark Robinson. 11.
1495, thank you.
Okay, Lord.
I keep walking in front of this thing, I'm not, oh, I totally forgot. Yeah.
Mike Causey. Mark. Luke Farley.
Yeah, it's taxed.
Chad Brown. Michelle Moore. Brad Brown.
Yeah, I used to get those for
Jefferson Griffin.
at Christmas time, like $6,700.
Valerie Zachary, Chris Freeman, Tom McGinnis, Ben Monson, Warren McSweeney, Steve Bugby, Bill Henry, Mike Harden, Nick Pisarno, Tom Adams, Oscar Rapine, Robert
Wait a minute, okay.
Jefferson.
It was just $6,100. I expected it to be.
I was like, yes, you were, I was going along with it. Wait a minute, wait a minute. That's all I said. I'm tired. Okay.
Something underlined, so. But I said, are we gonna count the ones that are under?
No, nothing's filled in on it.
So you're gonna
So because they didn't follow anything, it's good.
That's what I would say. Board want to review that. They didn't fill in anything. They drew lines and circled and did all kinds of stuff, but they did not actually vote anybody.
What's it look like?
Do you remember that thing about voter intent? Do I need to go pull that?
Let me see.
Which ones are the intents though? The circles or the lines or both?
Well, the backside has all the lines.
I'd say it's the lines and the circles.
That is, it's about voter intent.
What's that mean?
So,
They intended to vote for
Can
those
you-
people.
Can you figure out what they intended even though they didn't do it right?
See, why'd you give that to them?
you gave it to them, I
You
don't
want
do
to
that.
hold on to this one?
Sure, yeah, yeah.
So basically, you would have to go by what the voter intended. And I did see this in early voting and the lady had to get her ballot back. Well, that's
You
the
can't
problem. That's the thing, but I have to make sure that you can tell
Donald Trump,
I mean,
what
they
the
can't
voter.
tell.
or nothing for
What?
District 9, Mark Robinson.
That's not the thing.
Nothing in the entire
We're agreeing.
You see,
That's
it's not
the
an
agreement.
Yeah,
Right here, that's it. Right here.
It's all they're saying that they agree that the intent
This
of
is,
the
we'll
voter.
just do this. Yeah, that is obvious.
Was Carrie going to look something up,
And if,
or
and if,
did she just walk away?
and if they don't have
Just
nothing.
walk away. Sneaking out the
So
front.
what, you agree?
Sneaking out the front door.
Did, well, the two,
Do I?
I don't know what Bob's decision was, the two on the end agreed.
Agreed to.
To count both the circles and the lines?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Bob's in agreement to the intent.
Okay. Trump. Richard Hudson.
The way she talked.
No vote for governor. No, let's see. Hal
I
Letterman,
don't want to hear
Dan Bishop, Dave Golia, Steve Troxler, Mike Causey, Luke Farley, Chad Brown, who still has his jobs, Michelle Morrow, Brad Garner, Jefferson Burke, Tom Murray,
Just
Valerie Zachary, Chris Freeman, Tom Dennis, I have John's house, right?
Do it.
distracting.
Oh, that's right, we're duplicating it for a different reason. Warren McSweeney. No vote in District 29. Steve Bybee. Johan. Mike Harden. Nick Pisarno. Tom Adams. And nothing else. Confirmed. Nothing more.
That's good.
Is it still working really?
Did it stop?
Wait, Julie's here.
Make sure we're voting. Waste our breath at the ballot table, giving them instructions.
Yeah, that one was pretty bad.
That was bad, I never seen that. Well, no, I seen that.
It's Carrie put her originals.
Are they in the?
They're inside here, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, she was taking them out of the warrant.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't count. Don't kick it out. Count.
So we go to. There's. No, they didn't say.
Oh.
I didn't know if she was looking it up.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to see the number, because I went with the guidance, so.
Originals.
Okay.
You've taken them out, put them in here, right?
Yes.
There's the one with Jeffrey. So we go on to. Were any of them close enough that these are gonna, might possibly make a difference? The Board of Education for.
Mhm.
What is this one?
Oh, did this one?
I don't, who is that one?
This one?
Jason Whitney? There's nothing.
Where's the one?
Unless it went down there by accident, I don't know.
Maybe.
We've been putting our stuff together. Please.
What's that one?
What do you have? Should I lay? Should be 210.
There's two missing.
Right,
There's something on your.
Yep, that's what I thought.
She said.
So I think we agreed back at 497 for the, I'm looking at the,
No, she's provisional.
just provisionals.
There should have been
I got
210
210.
approved, right?
And that's what, who's getting 208?
That's how many are in the
And machine.
tabulated line.
So they're in the bin too, right?
Huh?
The ballots themselves.
What?
The
The ballots have been
the
counted and there's 208 of them.
Understand.
There's 2 missing or our count is off.
Uh-huh.
I recounted.
We took one away and added one, right?
Well,
Oh, we did a bunch of different things over
I
time.
I mean, I can walk you through how I can remember this.
Well, we both came up with the same number.
I was gonna walk her through different.
You can walk Carrie through it. I wasn't counting.
I did.
Did you find the one that was in that envelope? or wasn't in that envelope?
I don't know how to
So,
figure it out because there's no precincts or numbers written on.
So.
I'm trying to think about this. What you didn't do. Okay,
We had envelopes sitting right here.
right?
Nick and I did.
We had envelopes sitting right here. We picked them up and put them here, and finished them and put them here. And the last one that she picked up.
okay,
Where's the envelope?
so that would be,
And we never left here. It was laying there. There was nothing.
so
Where's
that
it now?
would mean there would be 209, because we were counting envelopes, not balance in this list, and that was,
Where's the envelope in that number?
Here
It should be right back there behind. I didn't want to put it with the other
Yeah.
envelope that was sitting there.
There.
Oh, don't confuse me. I was just reading. You guys know? Here.
It says it's 209. So if we're
That
only
would be
one
it.
off and the envelope was empty, that's
would be
it.
Say what?
The tabulator says 209, we're only one off.
And that
It
was,
says 209 and we're only one off, and
And the
they all
one off
said
is
they had
that.
an envelope with nothing in it.
We still don't have a ballot though.
Well, we can't make a ballot. If the envelope was empty,
But we don't know if it got pulled somehow and got mixed up, so that's what she's checking.
okay.
okay,
that was
I
two off.
thought there was, somebody said 208.
I did too.
I thought she.
I thought it said 208.
It says, didn't it say 209?
209.
So if that one envelope didn't have a ballot in it, that would be
Then that's
correct.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We know nothing about what the machine said. We just knew we had an empty envelope
Right.
that was called
And
for
there it is.
concern.
Sure.
I'm still gonna finish double checking.
Yes, I haven't looked at it.
Saying it's 209 and you're one.
I did, I'm not going to, but otherwise, you know what I was saying, okay, he said, he's, I'm not gonna do it.
Can't even talk to me about it.
What is this?
That's the original. Yeah, I took that one.
So I'm asking because I've been
Okay.
engrossed in
Exactly.
this. With what's the one-off that you all are talking about?
Our total of approved ballots was 210, based on the numbers that we approved. The total in the tabulator of 209.
209, which makes sense because one of the envelopes didn't have a ballot in it.
Ballot truly was not somewhere
That's the one,
else.
yeah. And so I guess,
Which is Jason Reed.
Is that the one that you sent?
yeah,
Which was a partial.
uh-huh.
And then it had one more.
There's you all put it in your value. You all
No.
one-off until we discovered the envelope. Two off.
When you discovered, because since we thought it should be 210, we had 210 envelopes
She
and
finished.
209 ballots according to the tabulator.
Can you mention some envelopes?
When you discovered, or when you said that this envelope is empty, I mean, we're making those dots, as far as I'm concerned, that means that we're accurate.
Sorry.
I don't quite understand why they're still looking for another ballot.
I'm looking in the main.
So we're at 209 and that's what's
You're not looking back.
I think
Yeah.
Sorry.
This, if they go through
I couldn't grab it fast.
I don't know, that bothers me more than I mean,
And your numbers tally 209 to coincide with the machine.
now they're going with one of the envelopes. My original numbers was 210. And then, but all I could say was, we had processed 210 ballots based on the whole long process that we went through. Once we started opening them up and discovering whether they can pull in the ballots out from the tabulator, and then I get to 9, but the explanation is, one of those envelopes didn't have ballots. As far as I'm concerned, that means they're done.
All the ones we
They
opened, yes,
I must understand something that I
because
don't.
those ones were disapproved.
Can you explain why an empty envelope is not an adequate explanation? I mean, I wish the ballot were there. It's just, I mean,
No, then it would have been this one.
This is a 781 with an 01.
do you think that's the ballot that was in that envelope? What, I don't, I don't know, but I'm missing something.
Well, this says different. Why doesn't it move that in?
It was bad. I went and looked into the box to see if it went in.
I'm confused. Where did you get this?
From the box.
Oh, then why, what do you do? I don't know what
She
you're doing.
doesn't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I went and, I wanted to see if it had gotten that in.
Yes, oh, okay, you wanted to see if the envelope that we're talking about,
Yes.
the ballot was fed in and she found the ballot.
7 late.
Oh, this is the
all
one you thought was empty?
Yes,
And you found it.
that would have been this one.
Okay, so then our number should be 209.
No, now the number should be 210 and we're 1 off.
So it wasn't that.
Ah, okay.
But I thought they got me.
If machine says 209, please explain to me. I'm just tired. So what says 210? Per tally?
Their tally says
If
210.
you go through all the
But
ballots,
that's all I wanted to know, is your tally says 2, because that's.
if, Carrie, did you rerun
The numbers?
Yeah,
the numbers?
she had a,
Yes.
yeah,
Have you checked to see if it looks like we approved 210?
yeah, that's right, there's your sheet. Okay, sure.
Well, but
Would you-
ignore my number there.
Right, that one. No, we're
because-
not.
But this is the new report.
I'm gonna do this.
Just read me the-
I'm gonna go double check.
And then you can run another report to make sure that its numbers are right. Is that what you're saying?
27,
Sign off on this stuff too.
26, 16,
So somebody has to sign here.
2,
Get their hands on that envelope and just- Mm-hmm.
40.
It's 210.
Yep.
Did you get 210 again?
Mhm.
Go to your rooms and come back at 200.
That's
Just kidding.
Don't come out until you bring it down to 209.
Let me see if there's some stuff on the list.
That's what. Which sections?
See, I can be changed.
Whatever you want.
Could it be one that was approved? Was that
Will counting, us manually counting the envelopes make a difference?
I mean, I'm just spit.
the one that were?
I'm thinking one just didn't.
Give them, bring them some.
Are you on the ones that have been approved, the envelopes?
They're all down here at the bottom.
One that she gave you?
Did you two do well at math?
So maybe one
Which
I
ones
got
are we doing?
put up here that was
Supposed to be
approved. Yeah,
So the ones that we opened approved are down at the bottom?
yeah.
Okay. So here's one. Here's two. Here's two. Start taking them over. I'm the broken one.
That's,
So don't text them.
yeah, don't touch those. Thank you.
Gary, what's that one?
That's not, we didn't check all that.
That one is showing up your camera business. This one over there, that's on top of your camera also.
I got it.
Just 20? That's one.
I don't make sure.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Eric, what about
unless
Gary?
it was one, I don't have enough.
Gary?
I already have.
Okay.
Oh, it was that, ADA value.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, it was a provisional. Nick, the one that was a funny shape,
The express vote?
yeah, that was that came out of a provisional envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We already went through them.
Yes, 10, 10, 10, 11. Oh. No.
We'll leave it.
These are in tens,
Yes.
and they're all full tens.
Yes.
Okay.
We gave the spares to Toronto.
These 10 and 20 times.
Those are fine. Stay over here.
I see what you did.
How's it dress?
That's 208.
That's 208.
That is 208.
What's on the machine,
No.
207?
Because one of them is this Aberdeen one that Annie has to deduct.
But we ran that one through,
Yeah, so that goes with your envelope count, so that's 209.
which is on the machine.
Yes,
Uh-huh. So add that one. Yeah, so, but then you just finish in one.
This is the point in time when somebody goes, oh yeah, but
Soon.
So how many hours do we have?
So envelope wise, it's right, it's 209. What you checked off though, Susan?
So go back through these individually and make sure. That's I don't know what to do with them going through all these individually.
What, calling them back out again?
But every single one.
Just a second. I'm going through this list
Mhm.
and numbering 1 through 200 and whatever, 110.
Okay.
What we, here's basically the tally sheet of this, but we didn't, of course, right now, but I think this is kind of the equivalent. I hope of that. I'm up to 142. So hang on, I'm gonna tell you what I got. Just wanted to, before you started calling out other numbers, Susan.
Question. So, you know the one we found that should have been approved?
Haley, huh?
What list was that on?
Yeah, we're.
No record of registration. I looked,
It was Henry
Hopkins.
Hopkins.
I think that was it.
Actually, you check for Henry Hopkins. Because that was the one that she got approved.
This is murder, but
Yes, but that's good. That ballot. And we ran that out. But he needs to make. Yeah. I looked through, they have all the votes. But I looked through each of them.
Okay, Haley, found it.
You can hear the person. She's over there. So not hearing.
That's the thing. All it says. There were some that wouldn't go through the machines. What's county name?
I think I know where we're at.
Okay.
You found it, Ms. Hines?
Well-
Did you go?
I'm trying, hold on while I figure this out. There's a, there's one more on this sheet that I don't see in the long sheets. But I don't know, it'll take me a minute to figure out which one.
In what section?
I don't know yet, just
Oh.
let me look at this again.
Don't have that.
This is other. It's 3.2 sheet.
But it's not the one that they
She
do.
did all the changes.
So I'm trying to figure out who it is.
Now, will it say original? It should.
Just a few minutes ago.
I thought about that anyway.
So they're gonna look like that. They're not gonna look like that.
So if we first remember the package, you just had that.
Mhm.
We added that to it. We tried to put it in the machine.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too many of those. Okay, so we're not counting those in that.
I mean, partial proof of that.
What are y'all coming up with?
I think if somebody else could look at the list, previously removed, partial voting out of precinct, that one. I'm not,
Thomas Charles Hats, whatever you're talking about.
what?
The Hartsville,
I can't hear you.
what's the name?
I'm not looking at the name right now. I'm looking at the list that Carrie gave us of all the numbers.
Uh-huh.
Previously removed, the first one, partial voting out of precinct, that's one ballot. I'm trying to find that in the list of previously removed.
I've got it.
What's the name?
Thomas Charles,
I noted it. Do you have it?
yes, Thomas Charles Hartsville.
What's the last name?
Hartsville, Hartfell.
Hartsville.
Okay.
It's a partial.
Who was that, Phil? That's in
I think
section
we
G.
made a count, that one might be counted twice. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, it was somewhere else. Where's the usage? Yeah,
Because if I count the whole previously removed list,
mhm.
it's 45.
Really?
It's not 45 plus one.
Well, then I have to go over.
Count the previously.
Oh, well, I'll do that again, because I just redid mine. And got, well, I got off my numbers because people were talking. Well, then I was listening to the people. And then do it again. All right, let me look the previously removed list again. I'm gonna do that again.
That is where it is.
So you have 46.
How many?
You get 46 if I do approved, 45 approved and one partial.
I get 45. If I
Oh,
count
one,
every approved one
mhm,
plus the partial,
mhm.
On the compare list? You sick of doing that? I was doing something else, but you can compare lists or you can, or I'll finish doing what I was doing.
Let me just circle, this, make sure I'm not.
So the previously remaining one, who got taken out?
We're counting, please don't talk to us.
Okay, so who got this is
Not at you. But I found the two that we disapproved. Parents and Roland. And we found the one we approved, so.
Oh, I missed one.
Previously.
Yeah.
I only have where they went down.
They have what they went up and previously.
That's the only one I have changed.
Never mind, I was wrong.
It's easy.
Can I ask you guys a question? On your, previously removed, did we add one to the 88? Approved, removed,
That's,
Yeah.
that's what I was told,
It was
yeah.
89.
and do you know who that was?
Ooh.
I mean, did you mark it on your paper, because we were marking it on our papers, what we did, and then we did, approve went down, because we disapproved one,
Wait a minute.
and we found the one we disapproved, but we haven't found the one
We,
that we.
we didn't approve Ferentz.
Yeah, you disapproved the parent.
But we had to approve
Okay,
something.
just a minute.
Okay.
Are you saying we changed another one to approved? Is that what you're saying?
So on here, on your approved, it went down, and on your disapproved,
Yeah,
it went up.
Right.
right.
How we don't know where the one went up. Where we added the one.
Oh, just a minute, I'm looking.
No, I'm not asking you, I'm just telling you.
I can't look and talk at this, listen to you at
that's
the same time. Well, we decreased the approved. We're not looking to find more that we missed. That'd go in the wrong direction. Took one away. There's one that's not approved that was approved. I don't see one that we changed from not approved.
Me neither. I was just told that after I was,
Well, it doesn't really matter because we're only counting approved.
I think that's what matters. I agree.
So that doesn't help.
And this doesn't help anything. It's just a piece of information that we,
Was it 46 approved in that category?
No, it's
No.
45.
40 approved.
Well,
And then on the previous page, there's one partial that
Yeah.
also essentially means approved.
So there's a total of 46 previously removed that were approved.
Correct.
But I counted 46,
Yeah, there's one,
plus the partial.
All right.
no, plus the partial?
Now it's
Yes,
getting,
ma'am.
now it's getting even higher.
Yeah, now you're saying we're off by even more. I count 46 including the partial.
When I look at that last page, I have 2 on that last page.
Yeah,
So this probably in 20. Can you look for these 2 right here? This one roof and one roof.
Yeah.
One roof and one roof. Oh, and you have to deduct it back. One.
This one doesn't have anything to do with it, right?
Yeah, we put that through the machine. I actually put it through the machine. Got it? Was there?
Mitchell Shearer.
Is it possible that maybe we
That's what she's doing right now, is recounting the broken ballots. To double check.
Right, so in other words, so I just saw her, that's what I was asking. Counting the ballots that- Yeah, for, and provisional. Asking and
Mitchell Shearer. What's his last name? Shearer. S-H-E-A-R.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Should we look through these to make sure?
But it says original. What if we have one that was oh, you already said it, okay.
So I will these over here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, please.
done these?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Looking for James Shearer. It's Absentee. And you're looking for Rachel Shearer. I don't know why, but
What is something we want to know?
Should these go in there? Can I put these in there? Okay.
Okay, she's got it.
Mike, who wants it?
I just wanted to make sure that it had gotten signed.
Did you want this?
I mean, I just wanted to make sure it had gotten signed.
Yeah.
All one.
Changes in the letter.
She recorded it, but nothing.
Oh, here's a change.
No, but yeah.
So that's the 8. No, I don't think the stack has a basis change.
Other than that. Oh, I know, just so we did this so.
Too much.
Thank you. One of these first.
Nice. Total version.
Yeah, there's one that's pending at 53, other at 53, but anything get approved other at 53.
26, I did things.
And 6 got approved. This ID not provided no exception.
Yeah, 26, I did.
And then it was not approved at 5, and it's gone, and then another 26. And then
But no, in that category, the 53 that were originally marked pending were not approved. As opposed to in the first two categories, that Carrie would have to explain this again. I understood it at the time. First two categories, the pendings are the ones that were approved. In the third category, the pendings are not approved, but the one marked approved. Those 26 are approved.
to the last one.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, you have to, but no, all this paper, so these just the packets. So those are just the packets. It looks like so many more packets there. Oh, but you should say.
Standing. What we're gonna do is, we're gonna go through the list, pull them to make sure that in here, we pull, there's 210. We're gonna go through the list and pull the two, just pull it out and go through it to make sure that we got. The two, yeah. You need to, you need to pull the names out, and see which one you're missing.
I'm sorry, pulling out from the
So-
the envelope.
No,
I'm
so
sorry.
pull the envelope, so I go start at the back and say David already voted. And I know I should have Duggan and Schroeder and pull their envelope, and I.
Right.
And go to the next section, pull everybody's name out. And if I don't find that envelope, I know that's the one that we don't have and it's over there. All right. Okay.
Let's do that.
Second, I grab a section.
Me neither. Yep.
So we're gonna go through the section, it's called the names out of the one that should have.
Seems like somebody else.
And sign them in the list, and if we have it, we're just gonna pull them out. If we don't have it, then we know that it's somewhere over here. And
Oh, okay, that's that.
Wait a minute, I don't understand.
we're gonna look for the names of the ones that we should have pulled from the approval. So just pull the names out, make sure that we have them.
We're gonna look for all the envelopes and all the approved ballots.
Mhm.
We're gonna print 210.
Yeah, it's not gonna take long if we call the names out.
Well, and everybody, I mean,
Everybody
everybody
gets
gets some,
grab
so
this, yeah.
we're just going, why are we, doesn't matter to me that you're starting from the end because.
I mean, we can start to whatever, the front end, I don't care.
All right, fine.
I'll start from the beginning.
Now, these numbers, I will adjust.
Are we gonna keep the ballots in groups of 10 or just pick on the end?
It doesn't matter, 'cause you have to flip through them.
I know.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. This was just a count, right?
So the first two names, you're correct, Bob.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna call them now.
Well, wait a minute, we're not.
Hang on, let's,
No, I'm just saying. We're looking for Schroeder, and we're gonna look for the.
That's what I get, that's what you get my list. So then I will do all those instructions.
well,
Yeah,
we
we're
went to
gonna-
the beginning.
Go to the beginning.
Sorry.
Fix this.
obsessive compulsive.
I have three.
So you calling out land and put it on envelope, right?
Uh-huh.
And I put,
Yeah, 2 at a time is okay, but
No, 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 I'm not going to get those.
I'm not saying that you're,
Are they?
I'm sure you think like you.
Give me a call, please. So the first is the natural disaster, we approved 2, and this is gonna be Crystal Farley and, Worth Brown.
Spitballing here, I'm just trying to come up with something that maybe will just overlook something. Maybe something didn't update. We can try to fix it.
wait until they don't have a name. Right?
You want us to call them out as we find them?
Yeah, so I'm looking for Worth Brown and Crystal Farley.
I have Worth Brown
There you go. You have a winner.
and I have Crystal Farley.
Okay.
Come on, Nick. Give somebody else a chance.
There you go.
Okay. So the next one, we approved, okay, this was 27, this is the reasonable impediment code.
So now we gotta do that.
Okay. Jason Everett and Raymond Barber.
I'm not sure what you're doing now.
I called out Jason Everett, the approved one, and Raymond Barber.
In other words, so now,
Just look for the names.
Uh-huh, just look for the name in the envelope.
what section are you in?
It doesn't matter.
Well,
What were the names again?
but I'm not-
Jason Everett and Raymond Barber.
I'm-
which one's on here? I've already checked. No, none of them should be.
It'd be quicker if we advertised our.
No, I was just thinking the same thing. That's
Say
what I'm
what
doing now. If each of us took a minute to alphabetize the envelope. Because otherwise we're starting from 0 every time.
It'd be a lot faster.
And I don't, what did we skip? Oh, never mind.
Weren't you looking for a shoulder of all that?
Why did we skip? I don't understand why I did that. Why did we skip? I did. She said it. I didn't get an answer. Just
I want you to answer a question.
I just don't understand why we,
We ever,
I was trying to, kind of work from the beginning on down.
We're on page 2.
I understand, but what about all those other,
None of them were approved in that.
well, that's. I disagree. I think all the ones that are pending are approved.
Well, I'll come back to those. I was just looking at the one that said approved on the second page right now.
Okay.
Well, if you're not going straight down the list, you're never gonna figure it out.
Did you find them?
but that Jason Everett, wasn't he the one that we found back over there and it didn't have?
It says approved on this list. Was it approved?
He was approved, but
It was the one that back there and you
All right.
couldn't find the duplicate.
We have a winner. I don't know why they're here. I got both of them.
Oh. And we're sure we ran that Jason through the machine.
You can see if there's a ballot.
Was that one we were duplicating?
Good call. Why didn't we?
You the provisional one, shouldn't have referendum.
I don't know, it was sitting back by itself back over here, and I'm not sure why it was.
There was no ballot. Right, Margot
Why, it was
Everett
somewhere now?
and Barbara.
On the table or something, or somewhere, it was by itself.
Because there was no.
The packet was, she found it in there. You found the ballots. So that's the one that was
When I
missing.
find them.
Yeah, but I went and looked in the bin.
That's good.
She ran through the bin and she found the ballot for a missing on.
Where you want to flip around?
So, okay. Brittany Bauer and Barbara Brown.
Is that written down?
Okay.
I got Barbara Brown.
Logan Calloway and Robert Corbella.
Got both of those.
Christy Carlson and Andrew Franklin.
I have Christy Carlson.
You wanted to take the time to.
I'm glad I didn't go into another room and alphabetize my envelopes. So I'm still looking for
Andrew Franklin.
Andrew.
Yes.
Something for well, I found one of the two.
No, I saw the name, but I wouldn't know what she said.
Andrew
Oh.
Franklin.
What was the name?
Andrew Parker Franklin.
Yes, I have it.
All right.
James Folk.
What's the last name?
With a U, F-U-L-K.
Yes, thank you. And Mary Furby.
I've got Mary.
You got Mary. You got James.
Yeah, unless it got,
Now
you know,
that-
slid into the other envelope. What was the other name besides Mary?
Falk, F-U-O-K.
I'm up in there, isn't it?
No. But these are pretty sensitive. It would tell me if it was hung up and whether or not it was counted.
Does anybody got Jane full?
Check that second, that's the one.
Yeah, that's right.
Where are you reading the names from?
Now,
Ma'am?
on the second page,
What happened to the first page?
she skipped it because she thought the
Oh,
names
oh,
were not. I tried to change
All the
it.
pendings were approved.
We've been through this. She wanted to continue with the second page first.
To make sure they're back to.
Right.
Give me those two. You already called it.
I'm gonna beat you. Found it. So what do you do? Lay it down. Okay.
Yeah, that little one.
So how many do you have there?
I need Chris and Douglas. What is it? Gertens?
Yeah,
You got it? You got Chris and Douglas? Okay.
next.
You got both of them?
Mm-hmm.
Did you look in to see if there's a balance in them?
John Hasty and Eugene Howden.
Are we supposed to be checking these to see if there's a gallon?
Yes. Because that, if we then run it through the machine, then we will get up to 210.
But I thought somebody already looked and they were in the look.
Who started that?
Say, they should.
So we're looking now for John Hasty
Like this
and
one, it doesn't have-
Eugene Howden. Tawana?
I think Tony found it. Did you find John Hasty? Okay. And who else was that one? Did you find the other two or did you find John Hasty?
No, I got both of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I guess I was talking and didn't listen.
Okay, Daniel Hubbard.
Daniel Hubbard.
Okay, we found Daniel Hubbard. Hoyle McLean,
Got it,
Tony Monroe,
got it,
Dorothy Myerson,
got it,
Irma Randolph,
got it.
Aubrey Shuri,
I do. Give me just a minute.
Sandra Thomas.
Wait, I'm sorry, did somebody have Renee Junior Global
Oh, yeah, I'm
Garcia?
sorry, Renee Junior, Lola Garcia,
I might have that one.
Sandra Thomas. You got Sandra Thomas.
Who's the other one? I have Rojo Garcia.
Okay.
Are you checking to see if, I did.
Matthew Trey.
Spell the last name?
Tony, you had Thomas.
Trade.
You told? That's right. So Tony, you had Sandra Thomas. So now we're looking for Matthew Trey.
Mhm.
Matthew Trey, have.
Bingo.
James Van
When
Ripper.
we hand me the,
What's the last name?
Van Ripper.
Got it.
Raymond White.
Got it.
Hannah Wilhelm.
Wilhelm?
Yeah. Sounds German.
Got it?
And that's a partial.
Okay, so for the ID, not a partial, ID not provided, exception, reasonable impediment. I
Right.
got 26
Yes.
already,
Um,
and that's not counting the pending.
Hang on a second, because I've got,
None of the
20.
pending under ID
I
not
mean,
provided
uh,
or approved.
So, look, ID provided no exception for return with IDs. Is,
wait, could
I'm
we
sorry.
please,
It's 26.
I skipped that page.
The only approved under those were the 26. The
Okay.
pending didn't return with an ID.
Okay, so this is so that was 26 with that one, okay. So
could
that was fine.
we go back?
I was tired. I thought that the reasonable impediment was the reasonable impediment on that page, so that's 26 there, so that's right. So, okay. Let me go back.
The
to
reasonable impediment is 27.
Okay, so that's two separate ones. So then I need Beverly Adams,
Got it.
okay. Christy Albrook,
I have that one.
okay. Ernestine Bennett,
Got it.
Tyrone Bevel,
Got it.
Joyce Blake,
I have that.
okay. Wanda Cameron,
I have that.
Evans Carter,
I have that.
Lauren Coleman,
I have it.
okay, I'm sorry. Kevin Collins,
I have that.
Madison DeSanto,
I have that.
Marissa Garcia Sanchez,
I got it.
Thomas Gordon.
Thomas
I
what?
got it. Thomas Gordon, I
Oh.
have it. Frank Hanson,
Oops.
I guess I need to check.
What was the last name?
Hanson,
Hampton.
Hanson.
Hanson.
Mhm.
Okay, yes, I have Frank Hanson.
Okay.
Wait.
Gerald Harms,
Gerald Harms I have.
okay. Jan Hilger,
Jan Hilger I have.
Vera Holmes,
Vera Holmes I have.
Don Jones,
Joins.
yeah.
Got it.
Donald Jones,
What is it?
Donald Michael Jones,
I think I have that one.
okay. Last name is Lambert.
I have it. Brandon.
Yeah. I've got Aleha Lambert.
Yeah,
Aleigha Lambert.
yes.
All right, I've got it.
Okay, Alexander Leach,
I have that one.
okay. Stephen Level,
Lavelle, got it.
okay. Robert Mick,
Got it.
Nasir,
Nadiri.
yeah.
Yep.
Carly,
Podrats.
yeah, I guess so. Carol Staton,
Yep.
Wyatt Taylor,
Yep.
S.A.
S.A. Zitterkopf.
Yeah, ooh.
That is that.
So that was that one. Okay.
precinct. This is gonna be the partial, okay, Trinity Adams. Oh, I got it. How about that?
Your mustache almost gone. Give me your shot.
Holly Blackburn.
Holly Blackburn.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Lisa Baumgartner.
Hold on one.
I've got it.
Okay. David Patrick, I don't know what that is, Borliz, Boreliz,
What's the first letter of the last name?
is a B, B-O-R, David Patrick, B-O-R.
David Patrick Borlees.
Yes.
Old.
Ryan Brooks,
I've got it.
Daniel Brown,
Got it.
his last name is Carlabello. There's two. There's a Jean Ann Carlabello and a man Carlabello, whatever.
Crescencio.
Yeah, Girl, I was like, what is that?
Crescencio Carvalho.
Yeah, thank you. And Jean Ann?
Gene Carvalho.
Okay. Her last name is Christina.
I got it, Christiana.
Okay, Nathan Crisco. Well, that's age.
What is it?
Nathan Daniel Crisco.
I got it.
Christian.
Taylor Crosby.
Taylor Crosby.
Okay. Amanda DiMaggio.
I have it.
Okay. Jason Field.
Jason what?
Jason Field.
You got to speak up, I'm sorry. No. Jason Fields, got it.
Jerry Gardner.
Got it.
Keith Briggs.
Sounds right. Hang on.
Say your last name?
Briggs.
Got it.
Griggs.
Uh-huh. Paul Gaminski.
How do you spell?
Kaminski.
Got him.
Brandon Lambert.
Brandon?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have it.
Leah Lewitt.
I've got it.
Okay. Daniel May.
I have it.
Jamie Mendoza.
Jamie?
Yes.
Yeah, I got it.
Tiffany Moss.
Got it.
Kenneth Rice.
Got it.
Cheryl Ann. It's SCH.
Schweitzer.
There you go.
Shirley Ann Schweizer.
Yes.
Got it.
Judith Ann Shear. Sherer.
Got it.
Brian Smith.
Ryan Smith.
Brian Patrick
I
Smith.
have that one.
Teresa Ann Smith.
Got it.
Cynthia Sutton.
Got it.
Judith Teeter.
Got it.
Okay, that's done. Okay, jurisdiction is 3. 2. So it should be Abraham Torres is the last name. Adelis. Oh, Tony has it. And the other one is Ricardo Santiago.
I have it.
Okay, that's done. All right, next one. Trenton Britt.
Got it.
Kaylee Brock.
Got it.
Timothy Bowie.
Got it.
Do you want me to take some of yours?
No.
Have you got
Flipping
that?
through.
Excuse me. Do you want me
That's
to
quick.
take some of yours? Because I only have
Oh,
one left.
that's okay, yeah. Give me.
Myra Fernandez Cruz.
Keep 'em.
No, I have two.
I'm sorry, do you want to look at that last name?
Myra Fernandez Cruz. Okay.
Did we already find, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Pamela
I saw it, I gotta go back.
Oh, okay, I
Pamela
just wanna make sure.
Dunn. Yeah, Pamela Dunn.
Yes.
You got her? Pamela Dunn. Charles Jen.
Charles Robert Jen.
Yes.
Yep.
Courtney Gunning.
Courtney Gunning.
Donna Hathorn.
Somebody give me some, I only have two left.
If you're playing a card game, you don't almost win.
Here you go, Holly, keep passing down. Who has Donna Hathorn?
Pass these down.
Are you helping me check off too? Are you looking too?
Yeah, Donna Hawthorne.
Okay.
You have Donald Hawthorne?
Donna Hawthorne.
You have Donna Hathorn? Okay. Gary, where we at? Oh, Riley?
Haley Hopkins.
Where we at?
She got changed to approved.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Haley Hopkins.
Got
Okay,
it.
that's right.
And then Riley Kubler.
Right here.
Who had Haley?
He did. Nick did.
Oh, I thought he was doing Cuba.
I have the,
Oh, you had both of them?
Sarah Leviner.
Got it?
Silas Martinez. Katie Maxwell.
Yep.
Nikisha McLaughlin.
Yep.
Karen Palmer.
I have an alphabetical order.
I'm just turning them so I can see the names easier. I know.
They're really bored now.
We're looking for Karen Palmer, Karen Marie Palmer.
Palmer.
Palmer. No Palmer? Palmer. I'm sorry. She is.
I found Karen Marie Palmer. But
What you mean by
No,
that?
no, she is approved because I found it, but I didn't fix her to approve because I did the DMV report today.
Woo, don't do that now, don't do that, but that's your one.
It was fixed on my list because you found it, but I just never got the envelope and.
Okay, so is there a ballot in there?
Yeah.
It-
Give that your 210, give that your 210.
Yes, right.
Oh, my God. All right. That was brutal. You make that machine say 210.
Right now, and then we're all leaving it.
Well, I can't leave my keys right there. And the watching public should know that we have $25 for this. Oh, no. We need another day. I'm gonna have a treat, y'all.
We gotta do the click on number one.
Oh, no, this is a different.
Oh, different.
That's a different color.
All right. So can we adjourn?
Do we have to sign this?
Well, yeah, there's a tape you have to do.
All right.
Hold on. And you want to throw it down, or I can throw it in. I'll do that.
I know, a second.
What time you want to do tomorrow? 11? Oh, she's postponed tomorrow's meeting. Oh, no, I can't postpone that one. Okay, this is the first page, and if you could please sign. Philip.
Well, wait, because you got more ballots.
Here.
I think there's still ballots. There's at least that one.
You need your phone to open.
Oh.
Here, and. Oh, I got it.
Good job, Nick. But please.
I never want to see one of these again until 2025.
Just that one? Yeah, because you started at 0 at the beginning. So that's your pre-start. But as soon as you print that, so you'll have it tomorrow on that. Let's switch that out. Okay, so you're gonna sign. Come back, you gotta sign here and there. There you go.
What all?
Good. I don't think we should go here.
Here's an original Carrie and an envelope.
Are we still live?
Are we? You probably are. But you know what?
Our final tally of provisional ballots is 210.
Just anywhere? Yes.
What is, so are we through with everything that we were supposed
I
to do?
think we'll go along with that.
Yes.
No, let me put that up.
The absentee.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew they had that.
They go with that. Don't want to.
Duplicate that.
Yellow one here.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
The other
I'm
end.
sorry.
there's one more tape.
I think so.
Now, I'll get the other one, if you sign the tape, and then I'll have the, copy sheet for you to transfer that.
Okay.
Just for, education. Why they have that in there?
So she, when she did the D&B, check, she was waiting for it to process through. And when it came through, she forgot to flip it over, and that's why.
Yes, Chair.
Well, I think it was marked as approved and she hadn't taken the ballot out of the
You still need
or
to
something.
sign that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that back to you. No, I'm gonna get you to sign it. It's the only thing you gotta do is just transpose it.
It's all right. 1 o'clock, it's gonna be 2 o'clock before it gets my back up.
No, I need this part.
You're gonna want the baby.
It's gonna be 2:30, you're right, because I gotta walk.
He's fine.
How long does it take to get from 7 Lakes to Kingston?
It's all finished.
You have to show
All right.
us.
While we're waiting to do that, could it, this might be just a little bit out of order, but, one of our, Bill wanted to say something to the group before we left.
Thank you, Bob. I would just like to say honestly, from the casual observers, I wish people that have mixed emotions about election boards could have seen what just happened here tonight. You guys are rock stars, you really are. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing with you. You got such tenacity, you make sure that the rules are followed and that the voters follow the rules, but you guys do too. And at the same time, you got a lot of, make sure that the voter gets the best that you can give him. And that's very gratifying. I thank you, and I'm sure that I'm going to spread some news that people don't think happens up here.
Thank you. Carol knows. Let me go through this.
She told me that you guys were really awesome, and I didn't doubt it, but now I know she's right.
Well, thanks for coming, both of you. Please come back.
Thank you. Thank you.
It'll be shorter and.
And you kept Bill the Bastards from snacking before he went to bed.
I'm a snack, I ain't gonna lie.
I'm about to give me some more of that cheese.
No, you got that, for that, I think those 2 spots right here.
Well, he was.
What is it, Munster?
I know,
This
y'all
is the
really
latest
hang.
I've ever been here.
Thank you all.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
God bless.
Good night.
I was about to say, have a good evening. Have a good
Careful
night.
going home, remember to watch
Bless
the
you guys.
deer.
Y'all was very nice. Be careful going home.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Did you turn it off? Oh,
No,
do
'cause
we-
you haven't
we can
adjourned.
Washington House.
I'm joking.
Once you sign and adjourn, then you can.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. We adjourn. Thank you,
There was
everybody.
gonna be a fight over it.
All together now.